Hello. Huh. Oh, I know what happened. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and I'm on a little bit early because I thought I would spend kind of all day lackadaisically tinkering away with Godot C#, because there's some stuff that I'd like to do in it. And the reason I just did a double take is because I have this thing called the transition. And a transition goes like this. So I've told that transition to be 2 seconds long. Thing is, the switcher I have here is not doing that. So perhaps one thing I could do is try to reprogram it until it does do what I was looking to do. Or indeed, hang on, I don't even need to run that. Now, this is a the software for the switcher I'm using. But it turns out what I need to set it to is literally sitting right on the switcher if I only remember to do it. Also, notice I can stream directly from this, but I'm choosing not to. I'm doing it through the computer instead. But yeah, I don't think I need to run that to do it. Instead, what I was looking to do is, instead of going like this, which is very abrupt, I wanted to do a fade. And it turns out you can do exactly what I had in OBS, namely a nice mellow fade across. I have to remember to set the switcher to auto and a duration of 2, at which point, same deal. So yeah, good morning. This is a, clearly this is a morning. I've got that coding in mind that I want to do, and am fairly up for the purposes of that, honestly. I think that's going to be fine. I see, where am I? I'm going to bounce this chat out into somewhere I can see. Don't mind me. Shuffling windows around as I will typically do. And how my day is sort of medium, honestly. Midland. The state of politics and stuff at the moment is definitely on the disheartening side. Although I don't tend to fall for the assumption of, because people intend malice and bad things, therefore they are inevitably going to happen. No, that's usually not how stuff works. Usually you need to look into other interests that are opposed by the bad things that are expected to happen. Overreach is the thing. You can have bad people trying to do bad things, but they're getting carried away and actually harming themselves by pushing too hard for what they want. And yeah. Speaking of bad things, I'm a little bit let down by a dust-up that happened between musician Ben Jordan, who's also a notable YouTuber and has done a number of notable and worth-watching YouTubes, and Steve Duda, who makes Serum. They got into a bit of a clash because Ben saw fit to pirate the new Serum for his new stream, and then only switched up and went and bought one after being called on it. And when Duda confronted him in a fairly chill way, Ben was like, "Am I being detained?" Which, I'm sorry, that's too edge. There's such a thing as being too edgelord, and that is it. So I'm disappointed at that one. But, I'm also kind of old, and I have seen that very often a challenge with the world we live in is that people can be real disappointing. There's a local person that I was really eager to meet and have worked out in recent days, like, yeah, this person's vegan. They are going to count me as morally problematic. And that's fair. People are allowed to have their own opinions about things. But that's a bit of a downer as well. Because, I don't have any local friends. And I don't know if, failure to be wholly vegan counts as not even being able to be a friend. But it's a bit of a downer nonetheless. Wait till people find out some of the other things about me, like being a recovering drug addict or having autism. Favorite top 10 songs? You Are Too Polite. I have no idea what that reference is, but I'm not sure I have a favorite top 10 songs because I don't really engage with them in that way. Let's get some of this stuff going while I derp around talking about things. Here's the thing I'm looking to get involved with, although there's a bunch of different things here that can be played with. This is the first thing that I did in C++, so I can technically run that. Or, indeed, open it directly in Writer if I wanted. But this is the thing that I was experimenting with. I've thought of an idea of a new way to experiment with this thing. So here's the deal. I have disconnected everything from the C# version. This currently will run, even though it's requiring that I build the C# version, and if I run this bit, that's operating in the GD script version of running the program. Oh, I haven't let you see it in the display overlay. Let me do that. Nice, chill, slow transition, and here we are. Indeed, I can juggle windows until it does everything I want. Or I can try. Here we go. Dum-dum. So this is the program I'm looking to spend up to 12 hours. I'm not doing very well today. I guess that's to be expected from the disappointingness of the world outside. 8 hours. If I start at 9, which I've almost sort of started at 9, and then go until 5, I'm putting in an 8-hour day like a good little 1950s working stiff. Except for probably working harder, because 1950s working stiffs didn't have to talk into a camera while they were actually doing real work. Sometimes they didn't have to do real work at all. But with luck, I will get to a functioning C# version of this program. And what this program does is it lets you generate householder reverb impulses. I've probably explained this before, but no biggie, I'll explain it again. Some of the information here, I forget what it does. Like search 3 and most 2, I don't honestly know what this means anymore. Search 3 clearly is giving me a 3x3 householder matrix, which is not a standard matrix. Standard matrix is going to be 4. And that gives you householder matrices each time you click the button. Which are best is what the rest of this works as. Plate, chamber, hall, unique, and back. These are all ways of identifying, and there's some tweaks I can make here as well. For instance, I don't really need to have the outline be there because it's a radio button. So only one of these will be selected at once. Similarly, I don't need the outline to be around continually generating. And a bunch of this stuff is sort of custom colors. I made it be black just to sort of be cool. And then these are like edit controls, which is why it has a little scroll bar that is completely useless. And I guess the purpose is to be able to copy stuff out of it, but I'm not really using that. I'm thinking in terms of making a version of this where I'm using C# to generate and then analyze these potential reverb algorithms. Using all of these there's 3 different calculation algorithms, and continually generating means it's going to keep hunting down new options and trying to get a new best score. Oh, Martin, this is a live stream, so I'm seeing you saying thank you, and well, thank you in turn for caring. Let's jump over and fool with some of this while I'm at it. Because here we are in the Godot system. Looks like I can move the screen over to where you can see it. I've got instructions for what each of these things mean. And I get to select stuff. And then toggle mode on, I'm assuming, yeah, it's in a button group. That's why the other ones turn off when you select them. Hey, sweeter. And as long as I'm fooling with this, I would like to adjust this so it doesn't put an outline around the edge of these things. And I do not know where I'm going to find that, but I should be able to find it. Also, at some point before noon, I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee, but today is not a day for me to hammer 1,000,000 cups of coffee, because in recent days, I've actually been feeling the effects of that. I've not been feeling good, like having chest pains and stuff. And when I'm done, I'm done. So I have to show a certain amount of self-care to basically just not hurt myself while I'm trying to get done the stuff that I'm getting done. Even if, local friends think I'm morally corrupt for not being vegan, and I'm speaking for the person there, which is rude, or people that I know on the internet are getting into fights with each other and being overly edgy. Oh, here's maybe where focus. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but that's not what I'm looking for. Tooltip. Nope. So basically where I'm at the moment, and I'll continue talking my way through it, and if I slow down, it's because I don't get to have all the cups of coffee I might want, because what I want isn't always good for me. In that case, it is not. I'm trying to make it not do this. Got this highlight around the most recently selected thing. That has, and these apparently aren't doing it. But these are, and there's no special reason for it to do that. And so is that, and not these. So buttons are highlighting. Radio buttons are also highlighting. I'd like to not have it draw that line. So that's what I'm currently trying to do. I'm currently trying to have it not draw that line. And there's bound to be a way of figuring it out. I am just not the quickest to find this morning. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of caffeine, sweeter than anything, but everything has its limits as far as, let's see now. So visibility will make it literally disappear. See? That is not what I am looking for. Modulate. That's probably the text color, but this does not have, and show behind parent. So that's going to make it disappear as well. And that's because it's still there, but it's being drawn behind a blank area, which I think I can identify here, like scene. See, it starts with basic root, which is a change I did fairly recently. And this is color rect. If this was not visible, we'd be drawing stuff over this gray background, which is not unreasonable. We could do that. But I decided I wanted to make it be a darker color. And that also helps with me drawing texture rect, which is that size. And that's how we display the reverb impulses I'm generating. That also involves drawing stuff to the screen, so that is cross-compatible with like video games. It is literally a texture that I'm bringing into the game in the 2D version of it. Oh, look, we have a game window? What does this even do? Oh, game embedding not available in your OS. No biggie. So there's a color rect that just overlaps everything. If I run without it, we'll get the same thing, but with a different appearance, which is closer to default window appearance for a program like this. It's running the Godot default appearances. So I made it be a black backdrop for a reason. We're still drawing that white outline. That's the thing I'm trying to remove. And you'll see that the reason I have the black underline there is because I'm drawing this with a black background, the better to see the grayscale under there. And it doesn't look like it's all part of the same thing anymore. We've got that there. We've got this here. It's drawing everything still, but it's not drawing it the way that I would like. So we quit back out of there, put the color rect back in, and resume trying to figure out what is going on with this dumb outline. Focus. See, this is what it is doing. When it's drawing that white outline, it is showing what has focus. So that's going to be where I look. I have other things in store. Stuff that I can do that will hopefully get us moving in useful ways. One of the reasons I can do Godot like this is I've got a pile of plugins coming in on Runway 1, and to the point where I've got like 10 of them available now. And that means I don't desperately need to do more plugins right at the moment in order to have a backlog, because I have one. So let's see for a moment. Focus neighbor left, top, right, bottom. Oh, I know what this is. That's actually handy. This is disability assistance. This is like for neat that they have this. I appreciate that they have this. This is for using text-to-speech and stuff, and using situations where it's like, okay, go one lower and engage the node under this. So you have to select a node and figure out what's going on there. This is worth doing. The thing is, so mode all, mode click, mode none. What do we get if we tell it to be mode none? No change there. Let's revert that. Pretty much just derping around trying to find out what's going on here. Layout, no control parent. Some of this layout stuff is simpler because this is just a utilitarian thing for my own use. And so I don't need the window to be, for instance, resizable because the display of it has very little to do with any of it. Input, shortcut, content, assign a node. So this is very cool for type variation. Oh, hi, this seems to do nothing. There is a checkbox that doesn't connect to anything. Interesting. Theme overrides, theme empty, new theme. Okay, I don't think I need that. That's something that I could play with in future, but what I'm looking to do right now is in some ways much more basic. And it has to do with focus. It has to do with control focus. These buttons, because radio buttons count as buttons, these are drawing a highlight that I want to remove, and there is bound to be some form of something in here somewhere. And that ain't it. Something in here somewhere that will determine whether or not that outline draws. Is bound to be a way of doing it. We've got a button group. Shortcut I don't think is relevant. Layout shouldn't be relevant. This is presumably going to be a really good day for people who are doing the ASMR of just listening to Chris talk, because the way I've got my microphone set up, I actually can't shout into it. And this is me talking my way through something that is not being helpful. Perhaps I have something in focus. No, I don't think so. I'm basically looking for something having to do with focus highlighting. I'm also eagerly awaiting getting to drink another cup of coffee, but we'll get started really slowly, I guess. Oh my. That ain't it. You know what? It's absolutely time to jump onto the internet and find out what we can find out. Highlight, no, not ring. Highlight rig would mean something 3D-like. Alrighty. So, how to get rid of the button focus highlight. This is a accessibility damager. That said, you could have this stuff be built into a 2D game and meant to be part of a imagined physical thing, meaning that you'd need to alter the behavior of that. Theming it would be what you wanted. Enabled focus mode. Okay, so this might not actually be here, though. It's possible that this is not actually available. So in Inspector, in Button Properties, which I can do by clicking these, normally it is above Keep Pressed. and below button mask, but that's probably an older version, so we'll see what it does now. Button mask, keep pressed. They may have removed that option. Or this may not be possible for me even to go to. That's interesting. Button group, yes, yes. Shortcut. And it's actually not letting me click some of these. It's not letting me click any of these. Interesting. Don't mind me. It's kind of misbehaving. Oh, I can't click any things in the interface at all. Debug session closed. Lets me click those. Lets me click these, but we were not allowing, oh, now we are. Okay, so, and it's got a focus ring around the outside of that, you notice, which is more or less the thing I was trying to remove, but I do not know. Okay, there's keep pressed. Toggle mode is on. Shortcut, the highlight is basically what's happening here. And keep pressed. Does not matter. All that does is if you push it and then move the cursor outside, it stays rather than turning back off again. So don't care about that. And shortcut in tool. I technically do not have a shortcut. That is going to be like a key combination, I believe. Let's see whether shortcut feedback changes it. Nope. See, the thing that I had set, it's only activating on release. And if there was activate on click, you could move out of the area and have it switch back off again. Hey, John. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, that has been literally my entire lifetime. So it's been something of a crappy life, but on the other hand, it's led to this. So I've got the Chris from Airwindows thing going on, but this part didn't do anything. So enabled focus mode. Maybe I need to look into control. It's not in the same place as it was. That's base button. Maybe it's not showing. No, it is showing that. So this behavior, that has been removed apparently. That's no longer part of the thing. But enabled focus mode. Okay, that's not as useful. Here's more Godot docs. It may be possible to just programmatically set that because it's not being made available in the interface anymore. Mode settings. Buttons are set to all. Yeah, and we do apparently have C# ways of doing that too. But that's not really what we have in mind. But that does show me a little more about what I'm looking to do. Control Node Gallery. That is a demo that you can run. This is, I believe, still Godot Engine 4.4, although note that for this to be correct, somebody has to have updated it. It is just possible that that didn't happen, but we shall see. So the control node mode is what's making this happen. So if I want to make my little private version of this program, not show big, or could I simply set those focus rings to a darker color so they are less annoying to my eye? Sweeter Than Anything has a relevant observation that although I would contest the idea of being an old dog that can't learn new tricks, because I basically have to keep learning new tricks as I go. And each time I do, life gets a little bit better. Otherwise, I don't think I would still be here. If I had to be the same person that I was at the age of 16, there would be no point to being here, but I don't. I don't have to be that person. I get to grow and learn stuff. And learning tricks about socializing is interesting because so much of it is kind of hypothetical, or it's like being able to learn things like if you have a conflict with another person because some of your worldviews are not compatible, that can be just fine. Just don't make a big fuss about it and engage with people on their own level. Like I have a very close friend who is, I've had concerns politically because some of my recovery group, not all of my recovery group are like card-stamped communist peoples. And this particular person is not very engaged in being the opposite of me politically. Because if they were, I wouldn't find that to be a very friendly thing to be. But the twist on that is it's a person where, like, you know, that Myers-Briggs personality analysis thing? Also, at some point, I have to figure out whether I'm thumping the microphone. I'll check on that at some point. So I'm more of a judging type. I need to know where I'm going and what's going on, and I plan stuff out. And this person is very much a perceiving type, and one of the outcomes of that is that he has not really done the work of figuring out what's happening in America politically. And so he figures he can just vibe it. And that's a mistake. But people are allowed to make mistakes to a point. And they are inclined to learn stuff from observing what happened as a result of that. And then that's also who propaganda targets, and there's a whole bunch of things making it complicated. But, well, I'm glad if there isn't any thudding, because it's not supposed to be. I'm attempting to not have the sound of the stream be obnoxious. So basically, learning that there can be other people who seem to sort of float through life, engaging with a lot of this planning stuff way more lightly, is worth learning about. Well, this looks a lot like what I'm looking at. While at the same time maybe not so much being... There's focus. Ah! Okay, watch this. Focus none. That lights up, but this now doesn't. The settings work just fine. That's what this was about. This is a disability control, allowing you to control it through keyboards or whatever. Things that I don't honestly know very much about. And interestingly, having gone away from that, we're now leaving stuff focused, which may possibly mean that if I do something like hit the spacebar or return, so if I hit the spacebar, it selected it, but I have no way currently to select this by hitting the spacebar, and I have no way to move focus from one thing to the next with keys. So I solved one of the things I was trying to figure out, in that this mode thing does it. And that's going to work for everything, as long as I patiently go through and set them all. Here, mode is going to mean something else. Or not. I guess it doesn't. I guess it's just not highlighted in quite the same way. That does not have mode, I don't think. Yep, that has mode none, because you can't click on a label, because you can't do anything with it. So let's see, let's just walk through this. And then if I use the arrow keys here, I'm simply moving it on the canvas. So I've actually not got any of this set up. The focus means nothing if I don't have the rest of this set up with what is above, what is below, what is to the right, what is to the left. It requires that all to be configured in order for any of that to work. So technically I'm not disabling something that was functioning, I'm disabling something that was in a broken condition and didn't work. Or perhaps I am doing a disability accommodation for autism because it bugged me and drove me nuts. And I'm removing those highlights that didn't do anything. Another alternate way of doing it would be setting it up so that you could zip around here with the keyboard. I actually have completed Decrackle. Decrackle is one of the things that potentially you can have as early as this coming weekend. Maybe I'll spend some time on stream today going through the stuff that's available and people can pick out. We'll see. Right now I'm basically just walking through this stuff because I'd like to make it behave a certain way. I feel like the previous version of it didn't do this, much less highlight it with a really big garish white outline. And then do we need to... Okay, so those do actually highlight, but it didn't see it doing that, so I'm going to ignore it for now. And we don't need that to be highlighting. And now, this is what I was used to this program working as, where you're just manipulating these things against the black background, and it's pretty chill. Interestingly, I'm not able to, if this can't receive focus, then I can't actually type anything in. But can I edit stuff if it is? Well, let's find out. I haven't received focus, so I cannot actually type stuff, but it is actually letting me move things around. Select, copy, presumably paste. Let's find out. Oh, no, I can't paste because I cannot put focus on there. But I can drag and drop stuff within the program. Somewhat unoptimal. These guys you still can type, although it's useless to type anything in there. And one of the things I want to do, no, it is not. It is not GIP. Tell you what, let's check the wood stove and make sure that I don't get cold as I continue to work on all of this. My back's hurting a little bit, but that's basically stress. I do my best to not tie myself in knots. And on days when the world is being very disappointing in various ways, that sometimes requires extra effort. Honestly, I'd like to be in a position to not simply just be only on my own dealing with this stuff, but also be able to, help another person deal with this kind of thing. I'm not naturally a singleton. I am not naturally, or by default, a solo person. I do seem to thrive when I'm like hooked up with somebody. I am not making a plugin inside Godot, no. I'm doing all the, look, here is my wood stove going. That fade is very slow. Okay, so you need to be able to type into this or it's pointless. That has to be changeable. You need to be able to type into this in order to have the documentation do something, and you need to be able to type into this in order to be able to do more than simply, in fact, you can't even select all if you can't make focus happen. So tell you what, we're going to roll back some of these things. This should be able to have focus. And this should be able to have focus. Look, if we hit the undo button here, it takes it back away again. And I believe I've demonstrated that you can click on that and make it work. So there's that. Arguably, it's even worth having that be available for focus, because it means that it will highlight the most recent one that you've done. The one that I wasn't liking was the radio buttons, because I'm used to, in Apple Human Interface guidelines, you're supposed to have the outline around all of the included radio buttons. So I don't like there being an outline only around just the one. Let's run this again. Make sure that this works. We don't have a big outline around those, but what we do have, I'll also demonstrate what some of these things are. Like if I'm running the algorithm to generate impulses to compare with each other and try to come out with one that's actually good, you're supposed to be able to go, this is going to be my 2,000 seat arena, and it's the Chris Arena. So we call it that. Maybe even we just use that as an identifier. That's the number of seats. Never mind continuously generating. Let's generate 1. And we've now generated 1. And what it's done is it is showing the constants I need to use for the reverb durations. It's guessing how many milliseconds it's going to sound like, and roughly the number of seats. And you'll notice it is far short of 2,000 seats, but if I kept running it, it would work on that. And then there's a comment at the end saying 637 Chris P, and you'll see 637 is the number of seats. That's roughly how long the duration is. And P is for plate. And it's basically just making this identifiable in large lists of stuff if you end up going and generating them. For instance, I can tell it to be continuously generating, but it seems to have frozen, so let's not do that. Maybe it's just decided that it's not happy and I should run it from scratch, because this is a tool for me to do stuff with, so it not really being optimal is basically fine. It is not supposed to be a game. If I run search for, it will highlight around there where it wasn't highlighting around these. I like the unique for this. And you'll see that now it is doing a few of these. And as it gradually finds more, it should be zeroing in on 2,000 seats. Except for it perhaps it's not. We're also freezing up from time to time. It's doing its best, but it seems to be going in the wrong direction. 933, that's a little better. So each time it does this, it's generating a new output on this screen. See how this is up at the top? It's definitely freezing occasionally, but it was coming back when it did, so maybe that's fine. This has a scroll bar, and the scroll bar is here, and you can see the scroll bar is already tiny. And Wizero, you nailed it. You solved the puzzle, the mystery. This is indeed how I have generated all of my parameters for all the reverbs I've done in the last few years. This is how it was done. Also, I told you that you could see a scroll bar, but I have to move it over here so that you can see it. What that also means is, see where it says 441 seat theater, now it says 995 seat hall. And I think I can hit turn continually generating off now. And I don't know whether I need to hit stop, but probably can. This stuff is how I generated these things. They are parameters for reverb. Mainly it is the delay lengths that I'm using. It's comb filters and or all-pass filters. I can swap them around a bit. Fairly often, this 11 one, it's a delay of 11 samples, and that's typically a all-pass filter. What we have here is a long list of options But this is not every option it tried. This is only some of the options it tried. Granted, there are many of them. One of the things I'm looking to do is do the C# coding so that I can make that part run way, 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 way faster. And then the algorithm that lets it put these through, see how we told it to be 2,000 seats and it's kind of hovering, trying to be larger. 2,000 seats is actually huge. It is a very large thing. In fact, I even have this. Select dash verbs. This, for instance, see how I said CU? These are examples of ones that worked out pretty well. And that's what it sounds like. And I have files with countless numbers of just these printed out. These printed out, where it's doing these, experimenting with all of them, and it's trying to evaluate the reverb by, like, is this the smoothest possible blend of delays? And for each one of these that it produces, of which we have produced a very large number indeed, it's also throwing away a bunch of them because it's just trying random numbers each time. It's always 11, mind you, but then the rest of them are all random numbers. And that's essentially how this works. And what we get out of it is stuff that is like, for instance, and I have different ways of evaluating it where I add additional letters to this, because it's all winnowing down so many possibilities of these delay constants to what is most optimal. And so that's what the color coding is. I've been doing this for years, using this very program. This program has been around for a goodly number of years. I'd like to make it run much faster so that I can do this more aggressively. But what we're seeing here is the output of these heard as reverbs. And the little short numbers here, the smaller the number, the smaller the room, because the shorter the delays. Start getting larger numbers. This is meant to be a chamber sound. U on the end of it means unique, which is a sort of a bare room sound. And you can hear as the numbers get larger, not to the point of 2,000. 2,000 is like too much. Like, check out what even 860 is. And this is without any feedback to speak of. There's a little of it, I think, but this is a preset arrangement. So I believe Gip was trying to figure out what the words were about. These words say plate chamber hall, front unique and back. Those are each variations. So what we do here, this is the actual code that was being used when I was running that. It did this. And it's messy, but because it's trying to do everything based on these text edits to set up a matrix. And I think the referring to the text edits is slowing things down. But what's really slowing things down is that I'm defining the image that you see here. Like when we do this, This image up here is not only a visual representation of what the reverb is, it's also the array that I'm storing information in. And we're continually generating, so hopefully it'll let me switch that off. It would be kind of funny if I didn't notice that I'd shut off the ability to turn off this. And we've got this tendency of freezing up. That's probably only choking one processor on the computer. Oh, there we go, we stopped. So what this is doing is every time it generates a total delay time, it will make a little tick mark on that graphic because it's using the graphic. There is no such thing as early reflections on this. This is just all of it. It is using the tick mark as an array to remember how many times the delays lined up at that spot. Because in theory, if you have a bunch of delay lines combining themselves into a reverb like this, if they're all like the same number, it's going to sound like garbage. You're trying to find the ultimate combination of numbers by which you have a really good combination of things. So I might even be able to, let's see what we can do here. I can edit these, so I may be able to punch in numbers, forcing it to be bad for the purposes of looking at what it did. Stop is probably going to use what I've typed in. Or I could be mistaken, maybe it won't. Or maybe it won't update this. Or maybe if I do search for, it won't. Probably what's going to happen if I do search for is it'll regenerate new random numbers. Let's find out. Yeah, it did. So what it's doing is it's generating these, and then every combination of these from this side to this side is being rendered as a graphic as a long list of values. The point of doing it is to have each of these delay lines be as unique as possible. And this is when you overlay it on top of itself. What you get when you take this entire thing and then start it by each of these delay numbers. The code itself is literally here. So here's where we're managing the controls and things. This is what that does. I had started doing that in C#, and I'm not going to have it be in C#. Not as worried about this stuff. Although this kind of matters because this timer business is controlling how often it can attempt to do a new version. So might very well want to deal with that. I will say, however, the top part of that image is a little bit like the early reflections. It's just that the top part of the image is every reflection in the entire reverb tail before you get into regeneration. Here we have region make text fields and delays the same. One of the things about regions is you can make them be hidden. So we've got stuff in here, but we can take some of this graphics stuff and hide it and get to where, and I don't know whether that's going to do that in JetBrains Rider. I have a special program for being a text editor for specifically working in C# in this. And it's been looking pretty good for the time being. But this is the guts of what this does. So this is a 4-stage loop, meaning that I have to go through every possible variation of every variation of every variation of every variation, and establish longest and shortest, which is the delay time of every combination of all these numbers seen as a householder matrix. And then what else we do with that is we add all of those things together, because the way a householder matrix works I'm going to run the 4 version of it again. It ought to cough up a result pretty soon. Took it a while to get going. The way a householder matrix works, at least in mine, for one channel, it's going to do that bank of 4 delays, and each of those delays gets fed into this bank of 4 delays, and then each of those, the output of each of those gets fed into this bank of 4 delays, and so on and so forth, meaning that on the output of all of these, when we've combined together all of the outputs of these delays, what we get is one echo that is this and this and this and this. One echo that is this and this and this and this. One that is this, 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 and this. So, and if all of these numbers are unique, then that delay time is going to be different every single time. And then once we've done those, we get to do these. This, this, then this one, and then starting over at that. Each of those is going to be a different ultimate delay time. It builds up on itself. It magnifies to the point where you get like factorial of 4, something like that. Number of echoes out of one input. Put one click in the beginning of this matrix, and on the outside you get every possible combination of these numbers. Or at least the way they're arranged. Or at least what we get is a large number of possible echoes. And then if we do the 5 by 5 matrix, which is slightly different, but doing that gives you an even larger number of possible, the reverb density just goes up and up and up the more you do this. And it is all one single output before you even get into feeding the output of the delay back into the input of it again. All of that is with no regeneration. You still get this enormous quantity of delay returns. The question is, how are those distributed? And the answer to that is, that's what this picture is. This picture, every little gray line here, probably also including dark gray lines, is one reverb return. And it's a little squished because it's actually 6,000 pixels wide, but I narrowed it down a little. And then every white line, such as we see in this part of it, is multiple delay lines ended up landing at about the same place, which is probably bad. Like if we generated more, let's fool with the controls a little bit, and let's do some stuff until we get an interesting result. See, this is one of the things that happens. I'm looking to see whether I can get a striking answer from some of this, because we want evenness, but that's not always what we get. I'm going to keep going until I see a optimally suboptimal version. Okay, so I think it was K Cathedral 3 or something like that, or one of the plates. I think it was one of the plates. I've had complaints where somebody went, yeah, can you turn off the pre-delay? There is a early echo in there that is obtrusive and obnoxious, and I don't like it. And I had to say I can't, because this combination of delay tabs gives me like good echo density over here, but notice this one little line early on. That's because some of these things lined up. So if you listen to this, what you'll hear is a little echo right over on this side, and only then does it start to make a reverby sound. And also towards the end, you get this one little trailing after echo only on that channel. And on the other channel, it's not actually doing it. And that's the nature of how this householder matrix stuff works, is that it's just raw using the delay lines and combining the delay lines in this peculiar way. We've got these little short ones, we've got long ones. They're combining to do things. Like there's one where this delay line stuff starts happening sooner than in the other channel. In the other channel, like this reverb impulse hits on the left first and then goes over to the right. And then there's a little empty spot where it kind of drops out for a second and then comes back. These are the purely random versions. Like that one starts very, very early. And it's fairly evenly distributed. But like there's a lot of information showing up here very, very early. This is what I'm working with using this stuff. And these are evaluation factors. If I set these, nothing's actually going to change with the drawing of these pictures, because the pictures are simply the raw reverb output. But the question is that picture better than the last one that I did? And these are rules by evaluation, figuring out what makes it better, what makes it worse. Essentially, when it makes these white lines, meaning that stuff is lined up on top of itself too often, that counts as bad. So you'll want to randomly come across a combination of lines that, unlike this, for instance, this is terrible. It's got that succession of lines in here, meaning that it's all pretty much, it's going to be like an echo device in there. There might be ways of defining this where I could get something that naturally does an incredibly good spring reverb impression. Because the spring reverb sound is typically going to have that sort of repeating quality. It's a much more primitive physical object than a room full of air. But for realism, you don't want this striped looking thing. The striped looking thing means it's going to go pop, 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 with its echoes. And then if you have one that is less striped looking, like that is widely spread out, it's still kind of striped looking, but things aren't lining up on top of each other as much. You get that. So that's the brief. That's what's working currently. These GD scripts are doing literally this. They're also kind of slow. So the question really is, can we improve that? Because see, in the code here, here's our search for. This is the one we were playing with before. All of this other stuff was about manipulating those text edit fields. And it's essentially either assigning stuff to arrays or making stuff be random values. And so I've got ways of dealing with that. Some of that stays the way it is because this is how it tries to adjust itself to the correct size. And then this gets run incessantly. And then it's rotating. Rotating means it's doing the same algorithm, but instead it's reading it from top to bottom rather than from left to right. That's what rotated does, because that's what my reverb algorithms do. That's why there's two channels rather than only one. Having done that, we have a longest and shortest that is true over the entire range of possible delay lines. It's checking to see what is the most or the least, and it's updating display set pixel. But it's not displaying it to screen necessarily. And so here is where things start getting a little more complicated. See, that's everything left. So if we, and that makes some of these, that makes the timer thing work properly. I'm now wondering whether I can set this up if float most is larger than previous score, because also what's happening is every time it tries a new one, it's running this routine again from top to bottom. We don't have a loop where it's able to just grind away, making multiple attempts and seeing if they're any good. So a lot of this stuff is getting run every time. And that's because this most and prev score are called from here, but I believe I load them from somewhere. If I go back to the window, I'm pretty sure I'm going to see something like this. Odds display, odds display 3, that, and oh look, it's a hidden thing. That's because I'm using this to store stuff between runs. So text label 3 has a purpose in it, and it's a label, so there's a bunch of this nonsense here that I don't actually care about. It is also off screen, so if I run this, you don't actually see it on this. Although if I scooched it up underneath those, you would then be able to see it. In fact, I think I could even do that just to sort of demonstrate what's happening with my hidden thing. This is like in a video game where you hide stuff off screen because you are doing it that way. Coding tricks for game programmers and such. So now if I run that, now it shows that. And then if we set it to continually generating, I'm pretty sure this number is going to move and update, and things are going to happen with it. I don't know how fast it's going to do it, but I think it's going to be doing it. At least some of the time. Yep, see. So it's essentially trying to find a score that's better than what that last one was. However, there's a catch. We're also having a number progress along where it's making the comparison with that more difficult or less difficult. It doesn't accept everything that it gets, because it needs to try some of these attempts out and then say, oh, that did not work. I am also wondering, let's see if it remembers to quit. I just told it to quit while it's in the middle of thinking, so it's a little stuck. Maybe I need to actually, oh, no, it quit. So there, we've got that. That is a reference number. We can put the background color back on. So what I'm wondering now is whether I can make it display every attempt, or even animate drawing these pixels. And that'll slow it down a lot. But right now, I'm not worried about speeding it up. That's for when I get into C#. That's for when I get to drink another cup of coffee and start actually doing useful work. But this is me refamiliarizing myself with what this is. As you see, it's doing display set pixel, and it's doing it from get pixel plus brightness. Brightness is something that just means make that dot a little bit brighter. And I have to calculate it based on stuff up here. See, it starts at 1, and then it's divided by matrix power. Matrix power is a factor of how much brightness is in the whole thing. If I increase it, it'll make all of those dots turn very bright. And then here, since this is the other one where we're layering many, many more versions on top of it, you see that we've got that going on. And there's more layers of 4 next loops. Essentially, we're doing each variation of this and then adding the total delay and running it over again for each variation of it. And here's where those labels come in. So this is me thinking of some of this. Most 2 is what we're calculating from. Like when we draw the actual dots in here, most is one calculation, and then apparently most 2 is another calculation. So most is prev source minus source. And it's how much is changed between these two things. We're doing it in both of these places. We've actually got a variation here which is much smaller, if that helps. See, it does this stuff. Search 3 is only a 3 by 3 matrix, so we have only 3 layers deep here. It all still follows the same basic concept. In fact, one thing we're finding, Debugger is telling me narrowing conversion is all well and good. Oh, okay. There are situations in which this mod thing doesn't seem to be working, and I don't really know quite why that is. However, maybe we're fine. My lower back is starting to hurt quite a lot, but that's just stress. So the way this is being calculated out either for most or for most 2, is every time we set a new pixel and make the pixel become slightly brighter using source plus equals brightness, oh, hang on though. Okay, so that's technically not true. Looks like this is organized slightly differently. I'm not sure how this is organized anymore. Because see, we're doing our primary matrix calculation. So we're going through the matrix once, using every possible combination of these things. D int in range 13 to 17, that's just for D, start to 13, go to 17, go. The array here is a stored number that isn't necessarily anything to do with 13 or 17. It is, in fact, random number. So it could be 2001 or something. And then longest or shortest, that has to do with take literally all of these variations, add them together, and if that is now the new longest delay in the one matrix, then we store that. If it's now the new shortest delay in that one matrix, then we store that. Ow, 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 ow. And then we zoom in and look at that exact point, whether or not it was longest or shortest or whatever, because that's what this does. Source float equals display get pixel x1. So that means we're generating a reference to what's in display. When we started out, display is black. All of these values are 0. We're scanning across, and then we're also referring to a particular vertical channel. So that one is pixel x1. We'll scroll down and see that in this one, it is now pixel x2 we are referring to. Other than that, it's the same. For the larger ones, it's going to be like 4 and 5. And once we have gotten that pixel, what we're doing is we've just loaded what its value is. We're calling it source. Then we add brightness, and we instantiate most diff as apparently an int, which is interesting. Why are we doing that? Is that why this is getting confused? I've updated some of these things using what Rider thought. See, here's the thing. I'm using Rider on this, and I've used Rider to go through and update a bunch of this stuff. However, Rider decided that this variable had to be an int because I said that it was 0. However, that could conceivably be a bug. And I'll tell you why. Source and presource are floats. And in fact, I'm not even amplifying them to cast them to ints. So what I'm now wondering is whether, see, here's the thing. Do I have floating point abs, or is it just happy dealing with things? Is that something I can do? No. Let's take a moment and have a look at this in Rider, shall we? we'll save this as it is, and we're gonna, and I'll close that for the moment. Let's go into Writer, which told me to do these various things that may prove to be a terrible mistake. I am currently just only looking at the incompleted version that's been translated to C#, but what I want to do is look at this. Well, the trouble with it is that you may very well be right, although I also think it is not actually, oh no, hang on, yes it is. Okay, Writer is allowing regions. That's nice. None of them are closed right now. It's nice to see what it's meant to be. A lot of this stuff is important and matters. That said, I'm going to scroll away from it now. So here's the rub. Abs is being calculated from most diff. We've told it to be an int, but it's being calculated from pre-source and source. Those are not ints, those are floats. Abs in GDScript will support floats, so this is feeding floats to an int, and it's all because I told it to start out as 0. So this could be a little debugging thing, and you'll notice I've got this specified. This is what I started with. And I assumed it was going to be fine because I was not calculating stuff out. I wasn't figuring everything out. Now let's look back to where we defined most. Most is in fact float. Most diff has not been set up to be float. But now, I went through and I followed all of Writer's suggestions, but I think I goozled myself a little bit because it saw that I had that as 0 and assumed it had to be an int, and that got everything confused. This is why you cannot simply go with AI coding, because that's what this is. It's reading all this stuff and going, oh, you've got this, and this is a 0 without a decimal point after it, so clearly you meant for it to be an int, and so this is what you would do to make it run better if you had that. But no. I would say that, and also it probably got confused, seeing as I have used other variables, and they are in fact ints, called most space. I'm doing that repeatedly. That's how we calculate some of these bigger things. So that is literally what I've just done, Emurisu. And I think it is possible that I did not have that specified explicitly as an int in previous versions of it. Now we're going to see whether this does anything useful for us. Most diff can now be a fractional value. Most is also a fractional value. This should help. And let's find it in all of our different bits of code. Actually, let's go back to here and see whether it happens anywhere else. I tell you one thing, we've fixed it in one place. None of that stuff matters. It is scanning through the entire line of pixels and dots to see how much of a difference there is between each adjacent pixel. It's supposed to not have as minimum an amount. And we just cleaned that up a little bit. But look here, we've got another concern. So that needed to be done there. And this is actually the second search value and may run into similar issues. It's all about figuring out. Yeah, exactly. So this is a writer's version of IntelliJ Auto Refactor. And it may have already screwed me up, but we're going to see what else happens. Those are floats, so that seems correct. Most 2 equals 0.0. Where's that defined anyway? Is there a way of going to where it was defined? There really should be. Can we skip to where it's defined? Go to declaration. Yep, it's up here. And it seems fine. So that part's going to be okay. We're declaring the other one up inside this, and that's where that went wrong. Hang on, wait a minute. No, still cool. Still cool. Although now I'm suspicious of these ones as well. Three results. That's fine. Wasn't quite sure what that did. Let's keep trawling through this and see what we can make happen. So, cross matrix calculation must not be an int because we're doing more subtle calculations than nearest whole number. Most 2 is already, so we don't have to worry about that. See, that's being blanked out here. Then we do a second search, and that is weird, but that's fine. Oh, I see. So that's added another for loop. And begins contains every value in this entire calculation. So that's where it really starts getting crunched. And then it runs exactly the same thing over again. So it's using much less brightness this time, but that's how it's doing the second layer of lines. Is there's just a lot more to it. And this is probably where things would speed up very much if we simply had an array rather than having to repeatedly, constantly update a graphics object. Essentially, not only for every single little line or dot, but for every iteration of every line or dot from blackness to full brightness, we're having to update that display object. That can't be efficient. And then we go through here, and most 2 is the one where we are looking at these names. Each of these are a little if statement, and the way it's being calculated out, let's see, which one's the default? Basis here is just a scaling of the outcome to roughly equivalent amounts. Interestingly, this one appears to be running all of that and they're doing a calculation over the entire range of the object. It's calculating out what is most or least likely to be a good quality. Most 2 is being updated by these factors, A and B. And it is caring about the combination of those things in stereo too. So here's some of the, so unique is no weighting. And we're apparently multiplying by prev score. All of these values and then it's also weighting it strongly by, let's do a thing here. Actually, let's do two things. One of the things I'd like to do, I was scrolling through here, just checking to see whether there was other bugs. And I think that's the only one. So let's go and try to find it in these other bits of code. Here we have most2 being a float, that's correct. That stuff is all correct, but there's a place in here where that's also going to be wrong. That was just cosmetic. And here is the same problem in here. There, most if. That needs to be a float, thank you. We'll save you. This is some of the stuff that I told to go away before, and then I left disable hints for method square root, or disable hints in total, or hints settings. Hints is supposed to be telling me something useful. What it's telling me right there is X. I don't know why X should seem useful, but that has something to do with what a square root might be. Disable hints for method abs. I'm guessing X just means some variable or other is what you put here. So that's pretty basic, but whatever. One thing at a time. We've got another instance of most if. Flout. And then again, we've got stuff in here which is probably all working fine, up to and including running through the entire image and evaluating what it ended up being, which also means we apparently redraw it. Display set pixel that times 256, and I'm pretty sure what that does is shows me sort of the end result cloud of it in a way that's more visually appealing. It only does this once though. And it's after you've done all that, and then the rest of this is just drawing stuff. Let's go to search 5, same deal. Let's go and find that most diff, which is not supposed to be an int. Got this one already, but do we have it here? Yes, we do. And in search 4, we have it updated, and in search 3, I believe we have it updated. So in theory, not only will this work better, but this might not hang as much as it did, because maybe it was hanging because it was upset about that one issue. See, now it's showing something here. Most2 is the value that is technically supposed to get smaller and smaller as we go, indicating that we have achieved a new high score. And we've got this thing over in the end, counting. That's as fast as it's able to go through this entire process, which should be able to go much faster. And then if we let it run for long enough, which it is still running, it will eventually come up with one that it draws in this area, because it's decided that that's good enough to depict. Or if I hit stop, it will draw what the current most recent best one was. And I've got it still on continually generating, so I told it to stop. It drew some stuff here, and then it immediately continued trying to find more. So we'll shut off continuously generating and hit stop, and now it's drawing it one more time. And that's the most current one. And so we've made it work more effectively. But now what I'm wondering is, as long as we're fooling around with it in Writer, hi, what are you doing? Yeah, pleased to be showing that. Oh, hide. Okay. These things confuse the heck out of me sometimes. Well, that's why it tells you you don't have to show this. You can hide this for this particular calculation. It may very well be considered a little obnoxious, but point is, I haven't told it not to do that. I'm trying to make it do this, where it says things that might actually be useful, like doing a sine calculation, angles radian. But what we're doing here is essentially exaggerating the display of this. I'm wondering what I'll get if I disable that part, at which point it's still setting pixels, but it's going to be referring only to what it actually has, rather than my new evaluation based on how high of a score I think it is. Let's see what it does. This doesn't actually matter. You know what? I'm kind of happier with that. See what we got here? What I was doing was redesigning it in that way to basically accentuate the irregularity, even though simply looking at it doesn't tell me a thing. So I did an extra thing just to make it show differently. The actual calculations going on here are on this. It's trying to decide how smooth this is. And that's what it's shooting for, is smoothest possible outcome rated in these various ways of essentially this. Most works on this, most 2 works on this, and I'm pretty sure most 2 is like my final quality calculation. So neat. Neat. Neat enough that I'm willing to apply it for every single one. See, here's our evaluation, and then after we do the evaluation, we update it for purely visual purposes, and I no longer care, so we're not going to do that update. That does nothing, and it just wastes time. Although not a significant amount of time. But it is updating it pixel by pixel over 2 8,192 wide things. So there is that. But I don't care. I don't care that it had a visual update. That was what I was doing previously, and I'm not interested in that anymore. So ta-da! Now we can do continually generating. There's the grayscale appearance of this reverb impulse. This is probably why I did it. When you do the 3x3 matrix, weirdly, it's not doing continuous generating. It's kind of running multiple ones now. See, it's moving? But this is all very dark because there are not many reverb taps in here. So just for fun, let's see what Search 5 does. See, that's what a reverb is supposed to look like if you counted it as a grayscale. So here's what's happening. this is our reverb impulses as previously calculated, and this is this pattern overlaid on top of itself many, many times. So my update on that was basically to highlight the differences and irregularities there. You can just barely see a change in the gray shape, but it's calculating based on the changes in even as small of a gray shape as this, and it's trying to make it be as featureless as possible with some adjustments. Adjustments are literally here. So what it's doing is we're overlaying stuff on top of itself with much less brightness. And then the way it works is, the idea is no matter what, more of brightness is always bad. You want to have these delay lines laid on top of each other as minimally as possible, meaning that if you have a pixel that is a large number, that pixel is going to be a brighter shade of white. Getting the pixel is going to return a larger number. It's going to be a float. And we're kind of tracking what our largest number is. So the way this calculation happens and what it's saying in those comments is we're looking at what the highest number is and penalizing it based on what the high number is. And we're going to save earlier versions if they had fewer high numbers. But what else we're doing is we are weighting it in various ways. And we're apparently including prev score, but I guess that's just part of, I think it's adjusting itself very slowly to try to make it more even. You're right about the updating this. Let's assume that we don't need to be told the square root function takes a value. We know what that is now. I'll keep an eye out for other instances of that. Like the sine is looking for radians, so maybe that's going to be useful to keep. But square root of t is the as far along as you've gone, which means that for our numbers to be higher, the tail of it is going to be weighted increasingly heavily for each instance that it goes. So if you have a weird spike up in the front, that's fine compared to if you have a weird spike towards the end of the collection of all of these. And again, it winds up looking basically just like a gray wash because it's a reverb. There are so many delays, returns in there that you can barely see them. I can probably adjust them. Like brightness. We'll make that substantially brighter. I am, however, going to add, one of my habits is to, if I'm changing something, maybe I want to leave it as a comment in case I needed to put it back. So what's that? This could be much brighter. And we'll run it. And now for all of our calculations in Search 4, look, now that's a lot brighter than it was. But it's still comparing it against the same thing. It's still comparing it against itself and looking for the next smallest one. So we've got it set to continuously generating. It's doing this little calculation, and 300, 340, 330, 340. Oh, no, that's apparently just the size. That's not the number of ones it's done. And if it's able to beat that performance, it will replace the image with a new image indicating what its new high score is, essentially. Or we can simply show ones. Again, these little lines make it act different. This is where we're at for the moment. Unique means unique and chamber are both ones that are weighting different like unique is at all costs don't have a single moment in this entire delay tail that reinforces. Like it's going to just go for the overall smoothest, quietest delay tail. Any little detail that is louder than the rest is going to be weighed against it heavily. Chamber? Well, that's actually going to be less aggressive about that, but it's still looking over the entire range of the delay tail. Plate? That's going to allow for more character up front, but the end of the delay tail is going to be penalized heavily because it keeps turning it up based on T, which is range of 1 to, it's like the amount of overall delay in the whole delay, the whole reverb tail. And then we've got other ones like Hall is in fact divided by square root T, meaning that we have to adjust it in different ways in order to make it kick in. So what that's actually going to do is emphasize details of we have. I have not actually got a way of making the worst parameters it can come up with. I may be able to show just random runs. We could give it a try. But see, that's what we're looking at right here. Might as well run it again from scratch. In something like this, I'm typically not worried about whether it can get itself out of a jam. So I just updated search for, let's see what. None of this is going to matter if I only run one. So I could set it to anything, and I believe it will simply do one instance and stop. Nope, it's going. It's continuing to run. Oh, I know why. When it says continually generating, what that means is it will hit its target, print out a version that it considers to be good enough, and then go on. If I don't have continually generating set, what it will do is keep grinding for a while until it's able to produce its, like, see how search for most 2 is 26? And I hit stop to get that. Let's run it again. See, it's kind of crunching away. It's updated that repeatedly. It's trying to make that be as small as possible. And it's looking at the output that's been printed out. So I suppose one possibility would be to hit stop almost instantly. Let's see how this does by, yeah, it is in fact updating. So let's try that. It's hard to do it so fast that it only gets one instance in. 43, 48. Okay, so that's kind of bad. Let's see if we can do even worse. 44. Again, what it is showing is the output of most 2. It's this underlying one. 49. 63. So see this bright speckly stuff here? Remember that this is meant to be an even shade of gray if in fact it was a great algorithm. We have run very few instances, so what we're doing is now we are looking at the worst parameters even if I haven't flipped the evaluation. Whereas if I let it go for a little longer, it's going to start trying to count down, and it's trying more and more options, trying to get its way to the most even gray, which will translate as a reverb tail to the most featureless reverb wash. And that's basically how this works. Speaking of how things work, I feel like I should throw another log on my fire, but I'm going to let that run, especially now that we've debugged some of the bugs, and see what we get. Because it's probably going to end up updating that display at some point. And you'll see search for and most 2 become smaller if it's able to come up with something that's smoother than what you see there. So let me do this. Almost getting to that point where I can go and make another cup of coffee. I'm going to do that around noon, I think. So you go there, and you go there. That ought to do it for a while. Let me see, so 38.492 or thereabouts. I'll be back in a moment. I have to visit the facilities. Alrighty. I don't think it's actually budged. I think this is the best we've gotten for a little while, so I can hit stop. It has in fact generated a number of options. Weirdly, continually generating doesn't seem to relate to this anymore, but no matter. Not so worried about that. No, it didn't. But this was the best so far, and these are some of the previous instances. You know, one of the things I would like to do, have I in fact changed all of these? I think I did. I think I edited them out. Let's take a quick moment and see what the other ones get us. Like search 3 is probably going to be very dim. And sure enough, it is very dim. But we made it brighter by changing brightness. It's going to be unique to each one. So we changed this brightness to 0.01 rather than 0.46. This one's much brighter already, but we can increase it by so much. It's apparently a cube root of edit seats. And then if we run that, you can see it a little better. See, this is what you get if you don't have as many delay taps. See how much less smooth that looks? And it's going to be evaluating it based on the amount of contrast that you get between the bright and the dark areas. So that's all speckly and stripy and stuff. There's a real tendency when you just do brief little comparisons. Oh, well, that's kind of interesting. That one's much more up front because the delay lines are shorter. Then sometimes it bounces around quite a bit. And yeah, it's trying to find smoothest possible arrangements. And then lastly, let's see what we can do with the 5. The famous 5. So, what do we got? Again, more delay taps means it's going to be smoother. You can literally see how smooth this is overlaid on top of itself multiple times. And it's going to keep grinding away, trying to find smoother and smoother examples, and it starts to even look like a reverb tail. Like brightness is loudness. It's density of the reverb taps. So initially nothing's happening. This is where you would put early reflections if you had them. And then here's the reverb tail, swelling up to a loudness and then gradually fading away as it goes into the long distance. By the same token, you can even see what it does in other circumstances. Say we do 800 seats. That tells you that the brightness happens much later, and it goes right through and wraps around and comes in the beginning again, which is what's happening there. Or if you went the other way, still with our search 5, but we tried for a much smaller number of seats. I don't know if it can do this small, but look at what happens. All of our delay times are much tinier, and so we've got this little brief delay, which is still extremely dense because it's a 5x5 householder matrix. So that's how that works. And it is a duration of time. And I don't know how many seconds 8192 actually is, but it's a goodly number, especially since we use undersampling in the reverbs. So this is basically the unaltered output. Funny that this resized itself. So here's a thought. What if we just made arrays instead of displays? Let's try it with search 3 first. So how many do we need? Looks like we need 4. And that's because here's our primary matrix calculation, and then we have a separate one for the rotated. It's all being done this way, like display, get pixel, blah, blah, blah. But what we're going to replace it with is simply a array lookup. And that's the only change. And in theory, it should work. And then rather than display set pixel, we will simply assign that to one of the array values. So X is the array value we're going to want. The range of available things is going to be 8192. And let's see what we can do. With regards to coming up with names for this stuff or whatever. And that, I believe, is exactly what we're going to be doing with it. I don't know why pre-delays... Oh, pre-delays doesn't have that because we haven't... Pre-delays is being done here. And I believe fill 1... It'll tell me. So let's start with the replacements. Per Oh, well, that was weird. I just typo. Only have to type the opening brace because it apparently writes the other ones for me. So that should give me a delay, and I should be able to copy this into future ones as I go. But then, why are you... Never mind. What's my options here? Well, first of all, what was I looking to do? Resize. Resize, size int. I can probably go a little beyond the 8192. And then do we have a blanket out? Because I don't trust this to initialize. Well, maybe I should. Can I trust it to initialize? If I start typing these, it'll start showing me more about them. Unless it won't. That doesn't have a lot of more information. I fear that may just remove all the array entries. So how about I may be misunderstanding what some of these things do, and that's kind of dismaying. I feel like the C# version was doing a better job of telling me what this stuff did. But then it's GDScript, so I can't blame JetBrains for not being an expert in it. They can do a lot more with C#, given that they can just look up what everything means from Microsoft, and they know exactly what that is about. Excuse me, sorry about that. Let me take a moment and look up what some of these things are supposed to mean. Oh, hang on. Alrighty. Now, what do we do? Bunch of different things you can do with it. I already know what append means. Okay, it removes all the elements. Same as resize 0. Resize, I already know is going to be fine. Oh, interesting. So something like erase is going and looking for that value. And what does removing it mean? Oh, it removes that array element. That's weird. That's like list operations. Fill. Fill does in fact assign this thing to all the elements in the array. Cool. I've seen enough. So that is actually making well, hang on though. Hang on though. I want this to be a floating point array. Does that mean I can do this? Well, we can find out whether it works and runs. It runs just fine. So we can fill it with that, at which point, presumably, like resize is clearly, well, now hang on. Stores a variety of other types. So it's not statically typed. This is at least telling me useful things. Writer is doing its work for me today. So GDScript. Do arrays all have to have oh dear. Yikes. Yeah, I'm unusually early today because I was going to do this all day and I figured I had nothing else really to do and the world is a little depressing out there, so I thought I would just start coding. It's not going to be a constant thing. It was just what I felt like doing today. Sequence of elements of any type. So that is going to run a lot slower than the C# version. In fact, in C#, if you make the array, you have to make it a Godot collections array. And only then can it include any damn thing you put in it. But yeah, GDScript, yikes. GDScript is not actually values as I understand them. Oh, Packed float 32 sounds like what I want. Let's see if we can make this do the thing we want. So, variant. Weirdly, if I click on this, it doesn't do anything useful. You'll get there. If I click on this, does it do anything useful? No, it just puts that back. Weird. So, aha. Interesting. So we're defining that, and so far it still works. At least it looks like it still works. If I click on search 3 and it doesn't immediately crash, that suggested that this worked. I can see why it would think that a packed float 32 array would be working faster than an array that is 8,200 of who knows what, like scenes, strings. So I approve of using the packed float 32 array in this instance. I also bet I still need to initialize it, but let's go and duplicate this a couple of times. Oops. And what shall we call the final two? These are the first two. What shall we call the final two? It's increment 1 and 2. Then begins. Hang on, how does this even work? Oh, it works by taking every possible begin. That's why it's doing what it does. See? It is an array that iterates. Which means I can ramp this one up too, can't I? This doesn't need to be the full sophistication array, not even slightly. This can be exactly what I already had, so you know, I think that might just work. I guess we could find out. Oh, hey, maybe it didn't work. Oh, no, I see a problem. Parse error. So that did not, in fact, work. Well, there's already a variable named lookup rotated. Oh, I see what I did. So that didn't tell me anything. Let's go and repair this nonsense. Yeah, see, there's the problem. And then, wait, before I do that, that's annoying. Let me try to go back to what this was about. Cross matrix calculations. We still have the most simple form of this, so hopefully I can get this to work and it'll actually be any good. But we do need to iterate through begins. Maybe that was the only thing that was wrong with it. I guess that was the only thing that was wrong with it. It's not going to matter much, though, because that particular instance of speeding up an array meant nothing. And I'll tell you why. I can do that, but this only goes through like once every this many times. This is the one that matters. Boy, I need that coffee, I tell you. And I believe I needed the initial 0. Let's see what it looks like in some of these other circumstances. Yeah, see, I started out with the integer 0. So, same thing. And same thing. So that should work. And it is interesting. Oh, I know what's happening here. We're making a lot of instances in this. Look at that. We're going through 1 through 26, but we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, etc., and so on. No wonder there's a lot of delay returns in there. Things are beginning to accelerate. We can but try. So, begins and begins again. Have not updated those things. This stuff is fine. It's not going to crash. Need packed float 32 array. Need to come up with relevant names for these two instances of the begins oriented calculation, second search. So we're wanting the stuff that goes into search 4, display 4, and display 5. And those are the things I'm trying to update. And then when I'm done, we will blend all of that to the screen so you can still see it. But I want all these calculations to be done on arrays, not a graphics image. That's gotta be slow. So DA and DB and T. And then X. So that's kind of accelerating it a little bit in that we are doing DA, B, DB, and delays C. Well, that's and then rotated. So with that stuff, we're still referring to existing arrays that can take any kind of object whatsoever, which we do not need. So let's dive into that as well before we get into the actual work. Rotated and resize. And delays. Let's find out if it screamed and died, or if it actually works. Suggests it works. That's a good sign. None of this stuff needs to be arrays that can contain things like scripts and floating point numbers and entire strings. All of this will work on just the... This is why I'm looking forward to doing this stuff in C#, assuming I even need to get to C#. All of this is going to accelerate everything a great deal. A great deal. To the point where I have to zip into here while I'm at it and just make sure that all of this is updated too. Everything else we're doing will work on this kind of array just as well. So and the one handy thing about this kind of overly clever developer tool that's trying to use AI to be way smarter than you, at least it can figure out when I'm trying to do something like this. Now, if I didn't mean to do that, it would be a problem, but I do. Let's just check and see whether it can operate on the other ones, like 4. Oh, goodness gracious, look at that. Look at how much faster that was. That's crazy. I might have to speed up the timers. And then I'll give it a try on search 5. Again, look at how fast it updates as it starts to get rolling. Not that fast, but faster than it was. Yes, yes. So this is already going in a good direction. In fact, it is going in such a good direction that I'm inclined to celebrate by letting myself go and make that cup of coffee I was talking about. I will get one more cup of coffee before the day is out. And that'll hold me for the entire afternoon. And what I'll do while doing that is put on a track on an album that I seem to have entirely forgotten I was mixing and have done no further progress. But this is the thing that I did, goodness gracious, months ago when I was working on that before I started doing things like making lots of more plugins and stuff. And it is called Come to This.
Inviting, delighting, inviting, inciting,
that was a mood. I am part way through making my coffee. Tell you what, let me just stream audio. I'll be right back. It takes some time to make coffee, so I'm working on it.
Expecting that, folks. That was really something. What just went before is not going to go up on my SoundCloud because it ain't my property. In fact, if Colin wants me to, I will delete it off of the saved YouTubes. I don't know, though. I think maybe if he won't want me to, it can sit on the YouTube unless he asks me not.
That's actually on the recording. This is from when I jammed along with the Colin Bender's live jam, also online. So that was interesting. And then it just kind of ran with it, and this is me just continuing that. Honestly, I should put this stuff out too. Everything that you see here, well, this is literally out. And everything that you see there could be an album on Bandcamp if I decided that I wanted it to be. Oh, except for this one. That I don't get because that one's not my property. Honestly, you can hear a bit of it. Pretty much I was just doing guitar leads over it. Colin gets a little bit exaggerated. Colin gets a bit excited at the end of his streams. So at this point, I'm pretty sure Colin is the repetitive glitch noise, and I'm providing that melodic element. And it ain't bad. He's busily playing the modular. This is the point where tempo is like a million. So yeah, that was fun. Like you can see, that was November 2020 it was. This was, and in fact, the dates of all of these are literally was all in this very brief period. It got up to this and then it just stopped because it was too damn much to do day after day after day after day like that. But it was quite a thing. That was a heck of a period. Let's get back to the coding stuff. As I've abandoned doing music, well, I haven't really abandoned doing music, but I've drifted away from pushing so hard because bear in mind things like this, right? I will show you. You've got some of the later ones. Nuke and Pave. That involves all manner of things like the modular synthesizer, two aux boxes wired into two O-coasts, and an electric piano and a guitar, and performing all of it down live because I'd been watching so much Colin Benders. And he does his performances on a modular synthesizer live, and lots of people were excited about that. So I got up to doing things like this. There's an Arturia key step, which is getting part of the bass line in there, which is a little hard to hear, is being fed into the key step sort of as it goes. And then you can hear there's a guitar in there. Here you can hear that bass line a little more. Here it is. So I was doing this stuff, right, in 2020. And I've got this much of it. And I had like flashing lights going on in the room at the same time. And it was all on stream. And this is a live performance. It's literally none of it is Reaper or multi-tracked or anything. This is being done by one person in a bucket loads of synthesizers made up from scratch each time. And there was like 2 people watching, and they wouldn't talk to me. So I wasn't able to keep it going. Like this is, you see the dates of it. Pentagrammatical means that the timing of all of the stuff tends to be in 5s. But it's a really fast 5. There's pretty much lots of neat little moments in all of these. They have covers, everything. The chords are being made up by my modular synthesizer. This literal one back here with the same synthesizers, the same chord organs, the same setups, the red lights that can be seen if I do this. These red lights are Music Thing modular touring machines. They are what's generating the chord sequences and the rhythms of a lot of this stuff. And yeah, it worked its way up to this from a series of online jams that happened for literally years and stopped. I couldn't keep that stuff going when nobody was there, like far as like concurrent viewers are going. I have substantially more people sitting here watching me derp around with the JetBrains writer and the Godot engine than I ever had when doing those things, live performances. And I was getting stressed out doing them. I really wanted them to be good. It's weird and interesting. It's like one thing I always keep saying is not everybody gets everything. And one thing I got, again, maybe I should throw all of that stuff up on Bandcamp, because it's not like Dragons did any business on Bandcamp. I put that out with the dub plate on it, and then, yeah. But that's the way of it. It's like trying to be a creative musician inventing new things. The market is for people yelling at other people or being mad or giving away free toys. It's something that I do. But, well, Grens, you kick around my streams a lot. If you say that I should, I shall. I'm not promising I'm going to do it literally today. Although I will tell you one thing. I can show you something, in fact. Watch this. I just so happened to have done some work recently in such a way that I could do a useful and interesting thing with this. Check this out. Scooch that over. And add a certain recent effect that happens to be known as dubplate 2. Bear with me, I'll get there. There we go. Or indeed mastering, but let's assume that it's dubplate 2. Oh, I don't have that. It needs to look up the new versions. Well, tell you what. Here's the AU version of it that it has figured out where it is. And so I can, rather than just posting it like that, I can do this. And then when it's doing this, I can go, oh hey, that's a little louder than it needs to be. And I'm not entirely happy about the brightness, so we'll pull the brightness back a hair too. And we'll maybe pull it together until or maybe mastering would be a better friend to this. One thing about it is very aggressive with this stuff, so there's that. Hey, low frequencies. This is dubplate 2, by the way. I think we're just going to have that brightness in there. And yeah, I can kind of scan around, get a balance for the full thing, and see what I can make of it. Like at this section, it clearly wants a lot of treble boost for some reason. Whereas at this section, it's just a lot of brightness happening. Oh wait, I know what's happening. Forgive me, I'm adjusting the sound, but it's not showing up on the meter that really does this. That's why it was doing what it was doing. So, back to this. And dubplate 2 gives you the ability to do this. See, it's already cleaned up. So a few little adjustments, and it's still basically in the pocket. And it's going to be a lot more generally useful. I added an input and a treble and a bass to it, yes. Yes it is. Yes it is. This is a new dubplate. Without it, we got this. Which is still not too bad, but with it we can adjust the overall range of things. And get into a zone where everything is more consistent with what you got out of a real live working dubplate. And say the low frequencies of this are showing up a little lower than they need to be, so we can dial it back just a hair. So they're closer to the 40 Hertz line. And maybe we can even give it highs. And it'll end up still showing up and being pretty decent and good. And without it, See, with this one we could actually add a little bit of brightness. This is the new Baxen doll. And yet it is still going to behave as if it's like a dub plate. At least a little bit. It's just not nearly as aggressive as the original dub plate. Would you like it to be? And see, without it, this is what came off of the desk while performing. But we can basically remaster it, we can rebalance it. And it's going to show up better because we brought it kind of into the zone. See, we've got some brightness going on there, but it's still somewhat suppressed. You think? Well, it could happen. It's got to be something. I'm going to put something out this weekend. So this would count as a dub plate where it pushed the highs very aggressively. Oh, this is bassy stuff. We're dialing it back just a hair, but it's still bassy stuff. See, without dub plate 2, this is what we have. And you see, it's the zero cross meter is showing that we are just all the subsonic rumble in the world, but we can fix that. In fact, we probably don't even need to pull the bass back very much because the filtering is already doing something for that purpose. But it doesn't need to be that aggressive to work. And we can also bring in some additional detail, even though it's still essentially pretty dark. What are we doing for this kind of thing is probably just finding places that work, or checking out stuff like that and going, oh yeah, no, this will still take some bass away, but not too ridiculously. See, we've turned a relatively dark thing into a much more treble boosted thing. But it's still restricting those peaks from being too ridiculous. And then some of the noises are in fact very bright. But even then, it's oversuing, yeah, but there is a degree of limits to it. It's not clipping, for instance. And this would probably be quite nice. So yeah. So okay, you can have dubplate 2 this weekend. Sure. We'll do it. No promise as to whether I will have all of these things up on Bandcamp as well, but you know, with dubplate 2 I could. It wouldn't be that hard. And I've got the graphics, and this is the masters. It's high resolution 24-bit, but that's the way you'd get it. And yeah. That was actually over bassy and underbright, but it's all live, yeah. And again, some of that stuff behaves itself more nicely with dubplate 2, and I can balance things out in a useful way. So perhaps that'll be interesting. Now, where did we... I said... Where do we leave off? Because now I have my cup of coffee for the rest of the afternoon. It is 12:11, and so I am allowed to make and drink one more cup of coffee while still being good and not harming myself with too much caffeine. Whether I actively want to do all of those other Bandcamp things, I don't know. There's something to be said, honestly, for like when people have a million billion things up on Bandcamp, including stuff like the remaster of Dragons or whatever. And I could like redo that with Dubplay too, but that gets perilously close to perpetually redoing things over and over again, which I need to avoid. But when people have a million things up on Bandcamp, what that means is if somebody wanders by and goes, "Oh, neat, let me give you all of the money for all of your music," then you can give them all the music because it's there. And it's okay if nobody gets into it, because somebody might wander by and be like, "This is the best thing ever, I want this album, please." Or, "I want only this album." Or, "I want one of every album that you've got because I enjoy what you're doing." And that's nice too. What you just heard, Summer of Tim, is I have in fact done Dubplate 2. It is finished, it is done, and you can have it this weekend. Mostly because Gwen's asked. So let's see. Where we left off. We've got these things. And in front of that, we had these things. And this has not been updated, and where I left off, this is going to apply to every single one of these. But I need to come up with names that are relevant, and they're going to be based on lookup. Oh, I'm glad Pyewacket worked on acoustic guitar. It ought to. It's good at holding on to transient detail. So this part we've already done, and that gets a simple replacement with the new array. However, here's where this kicks in. So what do I call this new version? There's 4 and there's 5. That's a band name if ever I heard one. Sneaky Wizard? Damn. Okay, that's your new band name. This is this first and this crossways. Yeah, maybe that is simply how we do the cross modulation version. What? Let's see now. So that's delays and that's rotated. Fine, fine. So what we've done up here good. We're still able to do that. It is 2. Come on. Okay, do I have to hit return? I do. Okay. So far, so good. oh, that should be showing up as something. We're after all resizing it and stuff. So why is it behaving like this is not a real array? Fine. That's bulky. Okay, now it's happier. And var, so not displayed, but begins. Okay, so that's technically not the display is not actually what we're doing there, but getting it away from just having to work with the image is. At any rate, that's probably going to be enough. We've declared arrays that are these sizes. And to tell you something more, having done that, we can do this. Ta-da. So now we want to work with those, and all of this stuff up here is going to get updated. That part's fine, that part's fine. This is where stuff starts getting a little different. Hold up there, Sparky. Yeah, see, the problem with this stuff is it's bulky about some of these things because it cares greatly about indentation, which C# does not do. And C and C++ do not care about indentation. But, yeah. Oh, by all, go and cook dinner for your family. That sounds very sweet. That's the thing that I don't get to have, although I do get to cook dinner for myself, and I'll be cooking tacos for myself today. But I expect to be online for the next 6 hours or so. A little less. Next 5 hours or so. I'm still going to go until... No, wait, no, it's going to be the next 4 hours or so. Because I'm going to go until 5. So, yeah. Very likely I will be still there after dinner. And hopefully all of this will be running way faster than it did before, because that was the idea. So rather than display get pixel, whatever that thing is that I needed to use, X. So let's give it a try. Display delays, X. So imagine that. And remember, 1 is simply the place on the graphic that it gets shown. Since we're not adding stuff to the graphic right now, that won't happen. But now we need to do X plus most space. And that's how we do that. And then x plus most space again. This is a bit, I'm not quite sure how, oh, it's just a count. It's just a count. That's fine. And it's going to be literally the same thing again. We're just doing it in a different place, but that's exactly the same as it was before. And we can now delete this. Boop. And meanwhile, setPixel, that has another purpose. So color from HSV source. So that's fairly straightforward then. And that's all she wrote. That does the same thing as the line of code under here, except for that is processing with an entire graphic and doing a bunch of weird calls, whereas all we need to do is assign a single 32-bit float. So, got there. Rotated is a different one. I'm not in C# yet. Hope to be. It may end up being completely meaningless at this stage because I might get such a speed up from this that it's almost a moot point. I've done a bunch of things that are going to help. So let's see. So that equals x. Just rotate it this time. And that's all it needed. That's rotated equals source. Hang on. Type the wrong thing. Type in all manner of wrong things. Very good. That ought to have that covered. And then again, x most space comma 2 is the same as just rotated x. So we'll just plunk that in here. And we got that covered. So what's going to happen now is it'll run, but it won't work. Let's test that assumption. Search 3. Let's not bother with continually generating. It's no longer writing anything to this graphic, although it's still doing things with the text, with the arrays. And interestingly, it seems to be able to read something, but I'm not sure where it's getting it. Oh, wait, I do know where it's getting it. It's actually fine. It's getting it from what was formerly displayed, but the stuff that we were doing, it's just getting recalculated from the variables that get placed in these sections here. And those are already converted to an array, so all of that is basically fine. So what we've got is it's now not displaying the stuff in the top, although it could. And then it's displaying this because it's able to do this much faster than it was before. Neat. Do it again. You see it kind of flicker there. It did a bunch of stuff very quickly. Cool. I didn't realize it was going to be that easy. And I'm not going to say, oh, that was so terribly easy, but it did work first try. So there's that. We could go in and do the other ones the same way. How about? That would look and act kind of like going over to this section and doing this. So it's going to be X. That's all that needed. This is the same except for now it equals source. Cool. Got there. And then this is the same as this except for that it is displays x plus most space. Oh, mistakes. Not comma. There we go. That's what that wanted to be, and same as here. I think we're putting in extra spaces for no good reason, so let's not do that. And in theory, although this is not the most aggressive routine, because the most aggressive routine is the one I'm going to do momentarily, this should probably work too. Let's see how fast it flashes in the display up here. Oh, I didn't do rotated. See, that's still showing up. On to doing rotated. X. That's all that one wanted. This becomes just rotated X equals source. Got to keep an eye out for when it tries to autocomplete for me, because sometimes when it does the autocompletes, it's making a terrible mistake. But, you know, sometimes it's quicker. And then lastly, just rotated plus most space. Just like that. Then copy that. And that's search for. And now when we run this one, it should flicker fairly quickly. Yeah, quickly enough, I guess. And then on to search 5 and do exactly the same thing as long as I'm in the groove and up to speed with what I'm expected to do. Again, I may not actually have to do that much in terms of porting this to C#, but it will be fun to do things in C# in future. So there's that. Is this rotated? What are we doing? Oh, I've not gotten up to rotated yet, have I? No. Oh, no. No, this is the first. So X. delays x equals source. And then x plus most space. I don't even remember what most space is supposed to mean, but it's part of the code, so that's how we do. And then after rotating it, now we have just rotated. So we'll work backwards this time. Lovely. Then not adding a thing, which doesn't exist there anyhow. That's out of context. And then equaling source. Save that. Now did we get all of it? That looks about right. That looks about right. Let's see whether it runs in both of these things. Yep, in fact, it's grinding through pretty good. The thing I'm wondering about is whether I can have it kind of flashing all of the attempted delays rather than settling only on the best ones. That way it'll be more animated and it'll look cooler as it goes. Back to search 3. Remembering, of course, we don't only have just been rotated, now we have begins and begins rotated. And that's all my coffee for today. Clonk. So let's get use out of it. Because this... Oh, hi. What's going on here? I wonder. So we're starting with this, at least. And this is the one that really chugs. So we're going to, oh, I see what's happening. Oh, I see what this is doing. Indeed. So here's our first one, and then we've got a second one. It's going to be begins delays this first time. It is X in both times. In Godot, can we do this operator? It thinks we can. Neat. That's literally what it would need to be. Boop. And likewise for this fellow, this thirsty fellow. That should do literally the same thing as this, except for that I do not have to do a color from HSV, which is itself a calculation based on the color of a pixel, which has to go through a hue saturation value adjustment, and like, yikes, all of my yikes. So gosh, if that's all this is, then damn. We're including all of those things. And we can skip ahead and look into all of these things. Because it's going to be exactly the same. There's just more stages to it. That one's a large, crunchy calculation. Not only that, this following one is what we can use to draw to the screen. So that'll be nice. We'll give that a try. Over to search 5. Over to this crunchy section where it's doing this difficult stuff. Literally the same code as before. Adding brightness. This is going to go so much faster. Oh my god. Not even going to need to do the C# version. And then if I do, it'll be easier. Voila. Got that done. Now it doesn't draw anything to the screen, but we can fix that. So here's where we calculate this stuff in this indent. And it's going to be literally exactly the same for each one. So let's do it. We don't even need to calculate the that stuff there. We're just going to need to reassign A and B. I will tell you what, also, I could assign those after having made this calculation, so no. No biscuit. Let's go and check how we used to do that. If we even can. Can we even? How did we used to do that? Do we still have a set pixel in somewhere? Or have I removed all of them? That would be a shame. I fear I did. Huh. That seems sad. Do we have any other options? Color. No, that's just giving me juice-like options. Unless I have, no. Okay, so tell you what, let's back off. I just removed the thing that I needed to see in order to know what the hell I was doing. And so that's fairly easy to fix. That's how we do. That's all it was. So now, having put that back, we're basically ready to start doing an example of how one goes about doing it. Color from HSFV, cool. 0, 0, and here's where our brightness comes in. Need another paren. And then we need our array again. And we need this to be 1, not 5. And we need this to be t, not x. But having done that much, and let's see, we're in search 3. Everything should still run at this point. I should be able to make one line of stuff across the top. Signs point to no, it is not. Alrighty, I missed a trick. Something went wrong. HSV, displays T. Oh, could it be that... Okay, so... How about, since it's a float, let's force these things to be floats, and then maybe it won't freak out. Because this is making floats. So if color from HSV, if you can give it floats, maybe it would be happier with that. Let's find out. Set pixel, so far so good. That seems cool. We're only running this 8,000 times rather than 8 billion zillion times, so there's that. Save. Let's see if it's able to draw a single line across the top. Yes, it literally was. So if we can do that, we can do everything. In fact, we can do everything and then copy it over to all the other copies, and then it'll work. Let's just see about that. Oh, God. Well, no matter. It screwed up the spacing horribly. Horribly. What's your little problem? There. Happier? Good baby. Now 1, 2, and 4, and 5. 4 and 5. And we got displays, just rotated. Begin delays. Or rather, begins delays and then begins rotated. That should draw all of the things if we've done that correctly. But then rather than get pixel from there, we're going to get pixels from begins delays and begins rotated. T. because it is quicker. And that's how we do our calculations. And that's the only place that we are actually updating that. I'm trying to see whether we are, okay. Image texture create from image display. So here's where we can make it be a little flashier to look at. We are not updating the display, but we could. So let's give it a try and see what it looks like when we're watching every single option go by at the speed of sound on Search 3. Hopefully this will look neat. Okay, it's actually staying still now. But it's moving at a fairly good clip. I'm bound by timer now. But it is still going at a pretty good clip. So at this stage, I thought we were going to update each time. Granted, we are only setting the pixels. This is the bit that we get to use unchanged. Copy. That stuff is done. Oh God. It doesn't understand that it needs to have the indentation stay the same. Whatever. I can put it back. And please, please behave. There you go. That's better. And then lastly, here. And it's going to do the same dumb, stupid thing, but we can fix it. Boop. And then do not over tab, because it seems to be eager to do all the tabs wrong. And then lastly, I'll do the same deal here, updating the texture. That could be outside this if-else statement. In fact, there is one simple way to do that, which is even simpler than that, and that is remove that. If it is one tab less, it's not part of the if statement, and so we will always update the texture rect. It should be able to do that very often without issue. Let's see if that's true. Then goes weird. I did not mean for it to do that, but that's actually better again. I could put a space in just to be doubly sure, but what the hey. And same deal, maybe I can do this. Okay, that totally didn't help, but no matter, I know what it's meant to be. It's meant to be one indentation in. Same level as the if-else statement, meaning do this each time. And it will. And then we are apparently updating the scale. I'm not quite sure why it does that, but fine, fine. And this part is where timer does its job. That's a button, that's a timer. And that's the self-correcting aspect of it, allowing it to do its job more thoroughly. So let's see how it manages search 5. That was quick. That was admirably quick. And do we have a panel for looking at the... Perhaps not. We should. I'd like to look at the CPU, but I also feel like fooling with... See, we got one instance there. I remember basically how all this works, and I'm just interested in how it goes about doing its thing. Everything runs a lot faster now. What that means is, let's save all of these. And maybe jump right back into, well, there was a, we could see how much CPU and memory it uses, but the timer stuff is, I believe, restricting that. I think, and I don't think I can really edit that very well from inside here, although I could be mistaken. Maybe I can edit that from in here. Let's find out. Those are scripts. There's a scene. We do have some stuff here. Do we have the time? And we got all the stuff here. Do we have the timers listed in here with their settings? Because we got a bunch of stuff with its settings. Presumably it is also editable from here. That implies we've got our buttons. If we change these, everything dies. So that's no good. We can adjust the positions. There's our timers. Interesting. So what happens if we just speed these guys up a little bit? How about less of a wait time? What happens if we do that? Save, and we'll run. Do we have a super high speed variation going on? Well, we're not using more CPU, are we? I think it's not actually working. Failed to load script search 3 with parse error. Huh. Something's going on here that's making it unhappy. At pressed Alt 3. Well, is that because I did this? I might actually have to rethink the design of that. Put them back. Does it work? Does not. Interesting. I broke it. I broke it. Hey, Jonathan. Jonathan, I broke it. It doesn't work. But what could I perhaps do that would make it work? Let's try running it one more time and see if it screams and dies again. So far we're good, but does it crash when we do that? Ah. Okay, so it did something here. So pressed Halt 3. So we can quit that. That'll be fine. Property, proof score. So now what's going on with this? We haven't actually changed these. These are still the same. Which suggests that there's no real point in this is just doing some of that other calculation, so it should be fine. Invalid assignment at line 10, is it? Okay. Search 3 proof score. Onto a base object of type button. Well, the script for it has that value. But we're running into problems with halt. Let's run it again without pushing halt and see if it gets upset. Okay, we got a GDScript reload doesn't match the previous indentation level. Why would it be? That's not mine, is it? Oh no, it's in search 4 and search 3. Huh, okay. It's telling me what's wrong and where. So search 3, a problem existed at line parse error 352. What does that look like? Is that the thing that I just did? I bet it's the thing that I just did. 352. Oh. Okay, so doesn't like that much. Does it like this any better? Can I put a space here? Because this is supposed to take it out of the if else statement. And by the same token, that is supposed to take it out of, oh, it really wants to be, and that doesn't it? It's because it's part of the same region. Cut. And, oh, hang on, slow up, crazy thing. What's your damage? It's really stubborn. Why is it being so stubborn? Undo, undo, undo. Undo, undo, undo. It's being really stubborn. That's most annoying, said the James Bond villain. Well, one thing I can do is simply put it back. If it's that sure that this needs to be part of the if-else statement, we can just leave it like that. And at this stage, it shouldn't be complaining at me anymore. And it's not doing the updating I wanted it to do, but what the hey, at least it's not complaining anymore. Technically, that was a separate problem. So if that was a separate problem, maybe I can go back to the thing I was doing before. Also, halt 3, halt 4, and halt 5 are probably fine. But I can test that to find out. Little search for. Let's turn continually generating off. Watch it go. No complaints yet. And stop does draw what I had there. Can I make this draw each time? So let's copy that line of code since it should work anywhere. And put it in here, except for it does not like that spacing, so let's put that back. And why is it complaining so much? But with that should actually work. We're in search 3. So let's see if it worked. It should be applying it twice. I don't see it applying it every try. It's being fussy. It's only wanting to update some of the time. Oh, and continuously generating means I have to hit stop for that to work. But that does seem to work, so that's going to be the same each time. And it's going to be a whiny little fuss budget over the indentation, but I can manually make that be correct. Here's where we do our other adjustments to text direct, so we'll just do that one there too. At which point we can simply not have this line anywhere. Or rather not have this line in the if statement. And let's see if my assumptions are correct here. Okay. We seem to be able to run. It's being a little stubborn. See, the way I had this set up, also, we're not using that much CPU, are we? The way I had this set up, it needed to run for a while even to generate one thing written to this screen here, because this screen is for only the very best of the best. And there is a way to fool with that. Basis becomes larger, basis becomes very slowly smaller, so we can force it to do a bunch of updates by making basis start out being much smaller. Well, that's weird. What's that about? Well, it started out as 1, so if we make it be much larger, and we're on search 5, we'll see whether it spits out a bunch of output on search 5 here. Or possibly I've got it backwards and it needs to be small in order to produce an output. I feel like maybe I had that backwards. Let's find out what happens if basis, rather than being 1, is very small indeed. 0.01. So if this does the thing that I think, it'll start spitting out lots of options here, and they will be very unhelpful options, but they'll be fine for what they are. Ah, okay. Not only that, we've now stopped. That's what continually generating is for. And now it's spitting out a lot of options, and every time it makes it a little more difficult to come up with the new one. But what it'll look like if we go fast is this screen over here is going to be rapidly filled with possible awesome reverb things, which hit a really high score. And that score gets increased the more you succeed, making it harder to hit the high score. The idea being that you run the thing overnight and it picks only the very most high performance things. We've now doctored it so it's 100 times more likely to accept results on just only this one button. So what we're going to see is it'll show a bunch of stuff up here, and then this is also going to throw a bunch of options out, and it'll go very fast, and we'll start it now. It seems pretty nice and quick. And it is gradually slowing down. So if we scroll to the bottom here, we'll see whether it comes up with something other than 204C. That's the most recent one. It kind of cranked until it was able to get a new high score. And it looks like we got there. So one of the things about that is that we have this many, honestly it didn't do that many, did it? 180, 171, 204, and now it's struggling to find more. Interesting. The point is to be able to run it over a long period of time without it giving you a near infinite number of things to try, because once you get to this point, you got to punch them into an actual plugin, render audio through it, and listen to what it sounds like, as well as measure it in various ways. So the fact that we've got to this point seems basically good. The fact that it's doing it very aggressively now suggests that we've made the value extremely I could show basis. Nothing's stopping me from showing basis somewhere. And we stop. Oh! And in fact, it did have a subsequent one, being 227. And we're still trying to generate more. Okay, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Anytime I hit stop, it attempts to show me another. So it did a couple of other ones, which were not necessarily super high scorers. But the last real high scorer that it got was this 204. Interesting. So we just made basis much more efficient, and a bunch of this other stuff is actually working fine. Larger means harder. I had that backwards. Let's correct that everywhere we find it. Don't know why I had that backwards, but I super totally did. And here's where basis gets updated. Basis is presumably being reduced somewhere. Let's go and find out everywhere that it's mentioned. Find usages, 8 results. So here's how this works. Basis exists within search 5. As we cycle through it, it's reduced by 0.99999. It's multiplied by that. And that's for the purpose of making it more probable to get a result. And then this most stuff, it's comparing things based on what these various options give you. And then if you get a successful one, it increases this value, meaning that he says as he grinds to a halt, thinking about this stuff. So plus equals stuff times basis. So large, okay, it's trying to get a smaller value. So if everything basically succeeds, basis has become too small. And it's supposed to only, it's penalizing things based on how recently we've successfully gotten a hit. And we start at 0, we start at 1. And then if they're all hits, it starts getting increased very rapidly compared to the other one. So firstly, let's close that. And let's try starting it at 0.1, where it'll at least start more rapidly. It lowers in value very slowly. But we can, oh, what are you doing? Ramp up in value very slowly as well. Not as slowly as before, but we can, it's being multiplied too rapidly, I think. So now if we do search 5 on this, what is, F is null though? Oh, display server macOS, that's not available to me. That's not part of my code. Can't blame that on me. Search 5, continually generating is necessary, otherwise it will stop the first time it finds a keeper. And it should be displaying if it reaches one. But you know what? Basis is not small enough to kick in yet. So tell you what, let's dial this back so that we can actually have it start with something and then just ramp up. So back to the top of this file. Screwing around with the size of the windows and stuff instead. Let's go back to this. If we do this, it should at least display something in this area sooner. Sure enough. So now what it's done is it has had a number of successes because it started with a pathetically eager willingness to call everything good. And it took this many to get it to slow down with its stuff. I wonder if there's a way that I can make this scroll to the bottom. And now it's done that often enough that it's taking a little while for it to dial back again. This is my autocorrection method. This is basically trying very hard to get to a stage where it's being picky and not accepting every little option that comes its way. Whatever the choice I have assigned to it, whether it be plate, hall, front, unique, back, whatever, it's going to a point where it's like, cool, yeah, we'll use that one, and then making it more difficult for itself. And there we go, it's generated another one, but I guess it's not better than all previous ones that it's found. John Daub Serpifan, I don't use the standalone meter app. It's just that Pample Juice lets you make one. I have no idea how to do that. Pample Juice just makes that for you for no particular reason, because Juice can make standalone apps. Jonathan apparently knows a way of doing it. I don't. So one thing about this is it does appear to be successfully getting to the point where it's now being very picky. Because here's the thing, the way this runs, at any moment it could hit upon a combination of options here that would produce a successful reverb impulse where the smoothness of it and the conditions under which it's being evaluated are so good that it's just like, cool, okay, we got that, going for it. This is not a factor of how much time is spent. It could do 12 of those in a row for all I know. But what it's going to do is alter the conditions on which it accepts a new option and make it progressively more hard if everything turns out to be a success. Because if it's just one fixed point, then it'll let many things through to this text area here. And then I have to build them all into plugins and listen to them. And that's too much to ask. So instead, the idea is to do this stuff. See, it added one more on the end, which is probably not the best score. But when running from scratch, we'll blank it out. I think this is going to be running from scratch. I'll change that as well. No, I guess not. I believe that was written into the window off screen, and that's the part that it's using. So technically that did actually work. We'll do this modification to each of them as I go. And down at the bottom, there's another modification. Doesn't make it nearly as difficult. Same thing, down at the bottom, doesn't make it nearly as difficult. Doesn't make it nearly as difficult. And now where we were at, I was interested in maybe having a look at this again. Because we changed stuff here and then had bugs from the code in other places, and what we did here was not at fault. So let's find out if we can make it all run much faster by making the wait time shorter. Well, that's not helpful. It bumped me into a pick stuff from a list that wasn't helpful. Alrighty. So in theory, this might just work. I don't have a good way of showing what it's doing. Let's run our best case search 5 and see what it looks like as it tries to do its thing. See, over here I have a thing which is updating. And it looks like it's updating at a fixed rate. I'd like to make all of this, have it run much faster. I'm not sure it's going to be willing to do that, but I'd like to do it. And it's doing a bunch of iterations in rapid succession. So that's cool. But I don't honestly have a way of checking to see how fast it's iterating. I just have this 194 here. That's actually the number of seats. And that doesn't update every single time. So what do we have? Do we have a timer GD? We've got a halt GD. So there's search 5. Halt 5 pressed gets hit when we do this, which then turns around and does this. Delays B does not need to be array variant, but that's probably not what's slowing me down though. That stuff is fine. Don't see a problem there. All of these things could be updated, but they're relatively harmless, I think. Like it's the same as up here. Wherever we have that stuff, it can be a packed float 32 array. Let's just update those while we're at it. Only change I need to make. Same there. All of that is a float array. So nothing will change from doing this. Scrolled right past. So that's still going to work fine. It should make a difference not having the array be able to be full of scenes and strings and things. That's a hidden value there. That highlights what thing you've just generated. This is slow, but it's fine. Here's the continuous generating thing. So this is how you make it skip ahead. Here apparently is something we're not using. Also, note that my fire's gone out again. I don't know how cold it is today, but it feels like it's just cold enough that I might want to keep that going. So let me go and deal with that. And I'm also going to rinse out my coffee cup. Back in a moment. thing. I bet I need to put some more water in this kettle too. Let me do that while I'm at it. Oh yeah. This guy's empty. Okay, so we got this. Now let's make the fire again. It's totally gone out. Soon enough it will not even be a thing. Get on for summer. Don't need to make wood stove fires in the summer. At that point, it's more of a concern of how having all the cameras around will make the room too hot, but it's a wholly separate issue, that. Separate from this. There. So with a bit of luck, that should start up real good. And in fact, there it is. So what I'm doing on the code front at the moment, the purpose of fooling around with all of this is I'm going to try to get it so that it can cycle faster. I want to see it just go real fast. And it's acting like it's tied to some kind of update speed, which I don't feel it should need to be. I have pretty strong feelings about that. I don't think it should be slowed down the way that it is. Especially if it's only using 1% of the CPU. It's like, this could go harder. This could go harder. Also, thanks, Jonathan, for helping out other Airwindows peoples trying to do the thing. Because, yeah, it's that standalone there. I don't use it. It's just something that comes out of being able to do pampuches. I'm currently looking at this code that's commented out here and going, what on earth is this supposed to do? That's audacious. I do not feel that whatever that was helpful. I feel it was quite unhelpful. And format number is, somebody else coded this. I don't remember who. I got it from somewhere on the internet. Some Godot thing somewhere. That looks pretty much legit. It appears to be what everything else was. This is for just printing out what it's currently on. So while we're running in a debugger, we could simply run without any of this. In theory, this will just keep cranking. I'm not entirely sure that's true, but we'll see. It needs to be able to disable the other buttons because we can't run the processing on everything at once. I would just like to find out where it's delaying. Why is it slowing? What does it do? Why am I doing display get pixel ever? A fair question. So we're going to leave these alone. Am I doing get pixel from this? Okay. So we want begin delays and begins rotated. I simply didn't update those bits yet. Okay, save all of that stuff. And we're running in a debugger, so we can just force it to quit. Since we have not, well, what does this do? This is sort of our continue to run code. So in theory, it should either run literally once and then not run again, or it runs super fast. Let's find out what it does. I'm going to suggest that that means it doesn't run at all, which is not what I had in mind, so that's interesting. Oh, we're back to the silliness. Search 5 at reload. Parse error, so it just crashed and died. Fine. There is no else. Why would you think there was an else? There's only basis times 1.1. Now are you happy? Let's find out. If you run fast or you don't run at all, and this means nothing anymore. Looks a little bit like it ran literally once. Over here, this is the seat size, and it is showing nothing. And if I hit stop, it'll show the thing, but yeah, see, it looks like I can click it to make it run, but that's all I get. And then stop prints out what it was. And continually generating should do nothing, because I've removed the ability to auto-click stop. Okay, I have disabled some of this. What if we do something else with timer 5? If timer 5 is the issue and it's not refiring, what if we do something with timer 5? I'm going to assume that timer 5 in some way launches this. When I hit search 5, it kind of turns the thing on. Pressed. That disabled this other stuff, but what does it do with timer 5? Start, and then paused equals true. I believe if timer 5 is not paused, so what that's doing is that's firing and refiring this code. Let's see what happens if we tell it to be paused equals false. Because we're kind of doing a thing where we're going back and forth. As this is running, we've made the timer pause. We've adjusted the timer to be a really small number. But this whole routine is kind of waiting on getting refired by timer 5 over and over. So if we're doing this and we don't intercede to make it stop, it runs once. And we can tell it to stop. So disabling all of this stuff is in fact making it, it's like the timer's a one-shot, and that's crazy. What do we do up here? Timer start. Okay. So if we're down here and we also tell it to be timer start, then what happens? What else can we do with timer? Huh. Well, gosh, it doesn't like any of that, does it? We're only getting stuff having to do with objects. And that is probably because, although it's able to do this, we have not actually forced it to interpret itself as a timer. Now are we any happier? Your S. Those are all string related things. This is not right at all. One calls for a go-to at this stage. Can it even do this? I suspect not. Yeah, you can't cast this to like that. If you do this, it's fine. If you do that, it's not. Well, nothing to it but to do it. Let's see what happens when we have restarted it. Does it go fast now? No, it certainly does not. Although I'll tell you this, it appears to be still going. Yeah, it's still running, it's just not showing me anything. And at this stage, I must quit it in order to make it stop, which is fine. Woof. Woof. Also, what would halt, stopped? That's going to be an internal variable, is what that is. So you halt 5GD, that's what this is. Most of this is about just not letting it do multiple processing at once. That's mostly what that is about. Okay, I'm a bit fed up with this. I feel like making some of this roll back. How much must I do here to make this stop being weird? Okay, that stuff. Oh, I bet I have it in other routines. Like this is going to be literally the same thing. So it's timer paused and halt pressed at once. Which is literally right here. So at this stage, I'm going to have a look at it in Godot. And see what that tells me. Scripts process loop. So it's warning me against using this, which is cool. It's fine. I get it. So the timer gets started from next to nothing. Huh. It's not calling a script. Okay, you know what? Heck with these. Heck with these. Let's find a different way of doing it. Maybe I'll just not click on the wrong thing if there's a wrong thing to not click on. It won't run. I do know that. It won't even build. it did build. Well, it won't run. See? And that's because we don't have any of these anymore. Let's do something else. Oh, for heaven's sake, where's the timer in this one then? What's the deal with that? I know it's got to be there. It was there in the other one. It's got to be there in this. Oh, I've hidden regions, that's why. And it was sitting around under there. Let's go search for our timers, shall we? There they are. Or rather, there they aren't. We don't have any more of these. No, sir, no timers here. We can disable other buttons all we want, but we don't have any timers here. We're just going to go about doing some of this stuff differently. Halt. Are you talking about timers up here? A little bit. None of this pausing and stopping of timers, please. No, not going there. We're going to figure out another way of doing it, even if it means coming up with ways to quit the program out of itself or only run it in the debugger. My back kind of hurts. So that's interesting. This is a way of repressing that button, so there's that. Maybe that is simply the thing that I need to do in order to make it go. I've just built it in. Could that work? Have we got more stinking timers sitting around? We do. Look at that. Okay, so we'll assume this is the only thing we do here. And then we'll assume we're able to interact with the interface, and it is simply repressing itself at every possible opportunity. Now let's see. Well, I bet we still have freaking timers everywhere, though. Hang on. I get crankier as the day wears on. I've got about 2 hours before defrosting taco foods. So I got that to look forward to, anywho. None of this timer stuff, sir. No timers to be found here either. And this is the bit that, if this one, I shouldn't do it if it doesn't work. Let's run it and see if it runs or crashes or works. Well, that did. So if continually generating is on, it'll call itself again, but without a timer involved this time. Signs point to it's very confused. Oh, infinite recursion in your script. There's the rub. And at no point did it update a thing, which is bad. So we don't want to add that to every single thing. If we don't have that much going on, then it's probably going to generate once, with this meaning nothing. Cool. Doesn't always give me an update, but when it does, it does. This has no real place for this here. I could simply make stop, set this to off. That could work. Let's see whether we can't maybe use this for something. I think it's able to update the position of this while it's going. So maybe it won't be an infinite recursion if it just loops instead of calling itself. This could be messy. Because we're talking about putting this all in a giant while statement. So that's disable other buttons. Halt is enable other buttons. That's defining arrays, but we don't technically need to do that either. At what point do we need to start looping? One thing about it, I have these regions in here, so I can just squinch everything down and say, please be contained within everything. There, so if I go to halt, I get to check on generating. So we will want that to be governing this. And then everything from here onwards is an indented block. I'm not quite sure how to pull that one off. We can but try, I suppose. Selecting everything, and can I indent? Sure can. Do I have while? Okay, we're on search 3. In theory, we may have made it so that it will loop indefinitely until I unpress this button. It's going to try to loop this stuff. let's see whether it really does. Search 3. Search 3 is going to be the one that goes infinitely unless I ask it not to, like doing this. Does it run? Does it display? Does it crash? What happens? It freezes and shows nothing. That's awesome. I'm not getting the debugger either, so I can't do anything about that. And I don't seem to be able to adjust this. So that's going to be a problem. This is clearly not multi-threaded. No, I can't hit anything. It's sitting inside that while and doing literally nothing. That is no bueno. Well, if it's running so much faster, could it be that I could just run a bunch of iterations? Just do a loop. Oh man, that wood stove is running out of steam so quickly. It's burning up its firewood so rapidly. Let's keep it going. I'm going to see how cold is it outside while I'm at it. It's actually warming up pretty good. It really is. This time I don't have the fire cam on. I am too busy trying to do stuff. See? That is what I just did. So here's the deal. I can do this, but I cannot unpress the button. Let's show all of these things. There might be a better way of doing that, but I don't know it off the top of my head. So all this is in fact sitting inside a while statement. Now I do have other things, for instance, other indented things like this. I can do a for statement, and it will get to the end and then stop. So I can take something like this, zoom in over here somewhere, find this bit and replace this with a dummy variable, and then we're simply going to repeat all of this over and over and over and over and over again. We're not referring to our loop variable, but that means it's going to do all of this stuff and then it will stop. So my question becomes, if we do this, it should be executing all of my stuff, but will it be updating the image? And there's only one way to find out, I guess. It no longer cares about this. Let's see if we get any images or if it waits until it's done. I was wondering whether it was going to rapidly show a succession of images. Instead, we've only got the one. So each time it does this, it's showing once, but then it is going through it 100 times. And it's doing it pretty nicely and quickly. But I like to see 100 graphics updates rather than just only the one. It only shows once it's finished with its entire processing. And I'm basically happy with as far as it's got. That's making everything a lot more efficient. But I'm not entirely happy with everything else. I could test and see how many of these I can do. We're no longer doing timers. Which probably means we're no longer refiring this. Let's experiment around a little bit and see whether I can get this doing anything useful. Do we have the previous codes? No, we deleted all the previous code for this. Well, we haven't been working on 4, so we can do this. Never mind timers. Let's see if we can do it with just pressed and stopped. We've now got search for executing only once, but the same basic principle will apply if I can make it work. So search for continually generating probably doesn't care. And I believe that's executed once. Doesn't care about this. And you can go to stop to get the output of it. Oh, oh no, there's a new one. If I click it enough, it will give me a new result. And then stop gives me the output. So continually generating stopped being useful because I disabled all the timer stuff. Ironically, I believe I could simply go back to the timers if I remember how they went. I do have old backups I can use for that. And just simply run the stuff in the middle way more often until the timers make some kind of sense again. I would much rather do something else though. I don't want to use it with timers. It's frustrating. So switching over to halt. Let's see what this does then. So that means the same thing, except for we increment this otherwise. So now it always goes to halt pressed. And then if generating continuously, it goes to search pressed. Does this give me an infinite feedback that lets me run it repeatedly? I don't care whether it does it efficiently. I can improve efficiently a separate way. Does this let me go continuously? Or does this simply not let me go at all? Oh no. Yeah, we got an infinite loop again. It's no bueno. I think I probably have to go back to having the timers there, and that's inconvenient because I've just disabled all of that stuff. So that's unfortunate. However, there is something that I can do about that. Refer to a backup is what I could do about that. So let's just go about doing it. This is going to be wildly cumbersome, but I don't care if it gets me the result. Let's see, not this, but one of these. I should not have deleted all of that stuff. There were other ways that I could get the result that I wanted. And yet I did. And I'm going to unplug the audio, seeing as we're in Godot programming land. And where did it go? There it went. Tiny wait time, process idle, blah blah blah, seems legit. It's just my mechanism for making it go. Let's start renaming them. Timer 3. Timer 4. We're going to put them timers back. Oh. Okay, apparently I have timer 3 already. Fine, that's what I wanted. Cool. Let's make the wait times be as tiny as they're supposed to be, and now I have to refer to some of my older code. Perhaps in some other way? Yep. This is a fairly recent. And here we are. So this is the old version. Let's see if we can open some of these things in BBEdit and get reasonable results. Signs point to yes. So now I need to put the stuff in here back. Let's go about doing that. This is, if I was doing all of this stuff in GitHub, it would be just like, okay, so undo. But I'm not. I'm not. Hi, are you able to update or work in any functional way? No? Can we switch over to the script window, please? Is it simply because I don't have any scripts open? Is that why you're behaving as badly as you are? Why are you not letting me go to the script window? Do we need to quit somehow? You know what? You go ahead and do that. I'll start over. Now let's go to the script window. Excuse me? You're supposed to let me edit scripts, thank you. Oh, do I need to go to File System and then click on them and then they will show up in this section and then I will be able to go to the scripts window? Let's find out. This is the one I want. Got there. Weird, but okay. So go up to the top here, and here is where after a search countdown, we add this in order to put everything back the way it was, except for it's going to be twitchy and unpleasant about the... It's going to be twitchy and unpleasant in general, is what it's going to be. And then down on the bottom here, we're not actually doing anything. So cool. I don't see any further references to timers in here. Or do I? Dum-dum. Well, in that case, these will follow the same pattern. Up to and including being indented wrong. Fix the indent every time. Fix the number. And after that, I believe I do not have this one doing the repeating. Oh no, this is the one I do have doing the repeating. Let's jump to 4. I don't have anything happening in 4. And then let's open. Not like that. How do you know? We're looking at search for, so let's open search for off of the backup in BBEdit and figure out where it's doing stuff with timers. And that is quite the question. Look at all the people showing up all of a sudden. So here's where some of our weirdness happens. This needs to happen, and seems to be happening as we get started. Let's copy that. And let's see what happens if we put it right after pressed. Or actually, no, right after this. This is stuff that has to do with parents and get nodes. So we apparently do that in here. We're just going to update it so that it is no, I spoke too soon. It is in fact timer 4 that I'm going to want. And in search 3, it's going to be timer 3 that I alter. And in search 5, it's going to be timer 5 that I alter. It's probably going to be fine even in the slightly different location. I want some of this region stuff to loop. That's my current hope for being able to make everything run a lot faster. So we need to do that within the inside here, meaning I'm not going to want to start and pause timer 5 in the middle of a loop. So let's go back to search 4. Here's the saved version, where we are not doing anything about timers for a while, and none of this is updated. We've done a bunch of work on all of this, which was likely to make it way better. But we're trying to find out whether we can get a lot more energy out of it. I see no timers here, not yet. They're going to sit around at the bottom like this here. So yeah, search 4. Here's what is at the bottom of search 4. Here's this search 4. We've changed it to 1.1, but the rest of it remains the same. And so search 3 and search 5 will have the same thing, but update the number. Here's 3. Here's 5. This cumbersome method was apparently the best I had. And having saved all of these, we're now going to see what, oh, our indents are wrong. Fascinating. You're supposed to look like that. Thank you. There you go. I think that was the only problem, so let's try it again. Let's see whether it does the thing. Search 4, I believe, is the one I have not done anything to, so it should act normally. Looks like it ran once. Not awesome. Although we are at least able to stop. So we just tried to do search 4. Could it be that I changed the settings wrongly? Let's go back to the 2D window. And the scene. I don't suppose these ran the timer from inside the button somehow? Surely not. No, it runs the script. That needs to run the script. So these did not only have the configuration warning, But while we're at it, let's slow this right down. Maybe we need to add them to something? No, it had the warning. It had the warning. Okay. Do I really need to close this and open up the one saved on disk? I probably do. So timer 3, 4, and 5 down here had something else next to them. It may have been a script. So that may show me what things need to run. Currently, they're just sitting there and they don't do anything. I wouldn't be surprised if they had to run a script. If they were to run a script, what would that be? I bet it wouldn't be halt. Timer 3. Let's have timer 3 run search 3. Ah, see, that's what it looked like before. Let's have timer 4 run search 4. Let's have timer 5 run search 5. And now let's see if it can run repeatedly or just crash. I feel that crashes. So it can't be assigned to an object of type timer, so we're still batting 0. Dang it, I thought I was going to get closer. I bet it fires a signal or something. It does some sort of thing. I am, in fact, going to have to look this up. So, quit out of Godot. Here's the saved version. And let's drag this to Godot. It's opening full screen because this is the previous version. That's going to try to update all of the things. I don't know if I need to do that. Let's see if it lets me do anything. Apologies for the size of that window. Let's see if it lets me look up what it was set to, even if it has not updated everything, because honestly, I don't need to change this one. I need to find out what it was doing. Ah, one connection. Show signal stock. Search 5 pressed. Okay. There's your answer. It's node signals. So I have to go to the signal stock in the real version, which I will now try to do. We're not saving any of that. And it needs to fire pressed. It can't actually call a script that's a button script, but that is a thing where signals doc node signals. Now let us so timeout. Okay. Connect to script. Filter nodes. This is timer 3. We'll connect to search 3. And then pick pressed. And voila. Should work. But let's continue. Timeout, which is presumably what it does. It's even going to show me. Emitted when timer reaches the end. So that's important. Connect that to another script. Search 4 this time because it's that, and then pick pressed. Voila. Good. One final one, and then we should be back to a functioning state. These signals are important things even if they are slightly cumbersome. It's important to be able to do this stuff. Okay, and at this stage, I believe I can eject the backup disk because we don't need to do anything further with that. And reconnect audio in case I need to play more music. Although I'm not running off and making more coffee, so there's not that reason to play more music. Hang up my cables on the hangers. I have them. Not worry about putting back the backup disk yet. It can sit there, it's fine. And well, Jonathan, you're going to like the fact that the new version includes Baxandall as the EQ. And let's see how far we've got. Oh, we can't. Stuck. And that's probably because we're looking at the scene or something. Go back to file system, perhaps. Go back to 2D. Can you run? Will you let me do a thing? Cool. We're on continually generating. Hit search for. And I believe we have restored functionality. Not only that, we're updating nice and quickly. I like that. I like the fact that it's making the screen flash more. And we still have the opportunity to hit stop. So that's a good sign. The question is, quitting out of there, now that we've got this stuff back, and yeah, that all seems fine. Which one? This one. So can I get it to update that image while this loop is in session? For that matter, can we run this? It should be able to run as continuously generating even with that loop there. And indeed, it's looking fine. Although it has not yet come up with a successful output. But it seems quite happy to run. And we can tell it not to generate, and we can tell it to stop. It's having no luck at coming up with an output, but that's fine. I feel like, having played with all of that stuff, it's time to jump back into Rider again. Everything else we've got should work in JetBrains Rider. At which point we can look at the monitoring and see whether it's using a little more of the CPU than it was able to before. So let's give that a try. So C, environment, CPU, memory, and stuff. If we run search 3, it should be doing the loop that we built in there. Yeah, that's about 5% CPU. We could tell it to do even more if we want. Oh, and continuously generating means it is going to go back and continue to go. So we have to hit stop in order to make that happen. But yeah, this is it. This is it doing a thing. It's clearly doing a thing. And it was using more CPU while it was doing it. So let's have a look at search. We start it up like this. That's all cool. And then all of this all the way down to here is looped. And this is the only section that is not indented that much. See, the indent goes there. So for dummy equals int in range 0 to 99. It's supposed to be updating the screen. But is it? Let's go really hard. Let's go ridiculously hard. None of this is about getting the exact things Olympic Studios had. It's the closest analogy to what I was doing with the actual plugin. The plugin does an unusual thing that's better at having accurate attacks, and the Pi compressors use an unusual technique that doesn't really have anything to do with what I'm actually doing, but that is also good at attacks, and that's why it's called that. I think there is some similarity in sound. So let's see about Search 3, but this time with way more grind. Does this update the screen in any kind of relevant way, or does this act weird? Well, we're doing 5% and then we're hanging because we're doing 100 times as much work as we were before. And we're still only able to get to 5% CPU. I think that's the limit. So no, we are not updating the screen. But we did actually get there. We did a bunch of work, but we were not updating the screen while we did it. We're effectively just making it freeze. Although we're probably getting good results. Yeah, it's overloading. It's just only overloading one of my CPUs. And we have turned off. And we can hit stop and we will get it out of control again. Or perhaps not. Oh no, we turned on continually generating again. Do we have to hit reset here? Are we able to wrestle this to the ground? Or do we just have to shut it off? One thing about it, we were able to put more CPU. Yeah, let's just stop it. That's ridiculous. How about 10 times as much as we need? So here's the thing. We're able to update all of that stuff, but it's not drawing it to screen. I would like it to be drawing it to screen very rapidly so that you can see the image flash and flicker. To me, that seems like that would be cool, but I have not yet succeeded in doing so. Oh, yikes, what's going on here? Oh, this. Okay, that's fine. It's meant to say display set pixel. That's where I draw it. Do we have display update for the screen? No, because we're drawing to an off-screen bitmap. That's why. This is not the point at which we update that. Back you go. Yeah, we don't update it for every pixel added. Heavens no. Up. Put that back. Thank you. No, no, no. We're getting nodes, we're updating things, we're getting parents, and we are creating, we're applying the texture from display. So here's where we blit that off-screen bitmap to the node texture rect, but we're not actually updating texture rect on the screen. So here's where we look for again, now we're doing stuff with this. Now we're going to find out whether we can refresh it, whether we can update parent. We've applied texture. Maybe it's simply get parent we need to update. If we can even do that from inside this is inside a script. I'm not sure it lets you. I guess we'll find out. Get is not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking more in terms of refresh. I'm probably going to need to do another web search. Reset, nope, not reset interpolation. We've updated texture. We probably don't need to update texture rect, which is part of this parent, so much as we need to update the parent if in fact it can do that. I'm expecting it to be something like a refresh. Unless viewport is the part that needs to be refreshed. I don't think you are. Do not see refresh. So let's have a look at that viewport then. What can you do here? So we got a bunch of stuff here, but that's not. This is probably where everything on screen resides. Physics engine, do not care. It's not going to be that. Since when does a viewport even have the physics engine? Since when do viewports have their own viewports? HIJK element OR for refresh. No? Do not see that. So rather than mess around with that, it's time to have a look at the instruction manuals and or documentations. Yep, I'm trying to do the same thing. Viewport from no, not the editor. There's a proposal from 2020. Ooh, 2 years ago. It's the kind of thing I'm looking up to. Let's see. So you can invoke a redraw, but But. Oh, are we in the root viewport or are we in a separate GD script? That's the thing. Just call an update world in the root viewport to redraw manually. See, that doesn't necessarily mean it is invoking a redraw. That's my concern. However, we got this far. Well, that's helpful. And so is that. Ready. Weird. Well, that's not right. That's clearly wrong. I guess nodes don't have viewports, but parent to me. Also, why are you still complaining? What's your little problem? Beg your pardon? Why are you auto-completing like that? That is very much no bueno. Maybe if I just undo everything, it'll go back to a state of being relatively sane. Undo, 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 undo. Let's undo forever. And this is the part where it broke, so let's not have that be there. Let's start over and see whether we can make it make any more sense. Now, if we do this, does it do the funny thing with func, or does it just extend get parent? Good, baby. So now what it said I could do is set the update mode and then call update world in it. Update configure get set update mode. And then update world. Well, so there's that. So I can get a hold of the update mode, but I do not see much else here. I can set the update mode. But you say I should be able to do that, and no. And we can do this. But, so that gives me VRS update mode. This is the kind of stuff that I do when I'm trying to get the bulky device to work properly or do something that maybe it can't do. Maybe this is going to tell me it literally can't. Oh, hi. Interesting. Let's suppose that update mode is always, and then we do this. Yield. Yield means make this particular processing get out of the way for a minute so the rest of it can do stuff. So let's assume we don't even update the update mode. Let's assume that it is always. Is that an available word? Well, here's a bunch of stuff. Let's look under Y. No Y there. Alrighty then. This yield. No? No. On the other hand, that meant we could make it do a thing. So how about get parent yield? It's not actually that I want the parent to yield. I want this particular routine to yield, but we'll see what it does. Okay. Because that's the bit that it said to do. Update mode to always in your loop, because we're in a loop. Frames is like 60 frames a second, so this is nothing like as slow as the timer is. What do we have when we do this? We're on search 3, right? Yeah, we are. If we do that, do we see a rapid flickering of stuff, or do we see no real change? I don't see much in the way of change there. In fact, we're barely doing anything. It's supposed to be still crunching, but I don't see it. Oh, non-existent function yield in base node 2D. So I think that just killed it. I think it just crashed. It didn't crash so hard that it can't run, but it crashed hard enough that it can't reiterate. Non-existent function yield. So that's clearly wrong. We will stop that and figure out how we do yield from inside a loop. So there's a question. Coroutines, yielding a signal inside a loop. There's some more stuff about GDScript. I do have some idea what coroutines are, although I haven't spent, a wait keyword, huh? So we're doing a thing that is not a thing. In Godot 4, if you call on a function containing an await, it becomes a coroutine. After timeout, typo. But this looks very similar to what I have here. See, get parent, yield, get tree versus await get tree, create timer, timeout, blah, blah, blah. So one thing we could try to do is this code that's supposed to work in Godot 4. Has nothing to do with parent, and it has nothing to do with next frame. But could it have something to do with next frame? Yield is old talk. We're going to talk await. See? Used to be possible to do this, but how do you do it now? People clearly doing stuff like this, or trying to do it. Oh, okay, they tried that line. It's only 1 year ago, so that is promising. Get tree process frame. Okay, var is a word, await is presumably a word as well. We're in search 3. Let's see what it does, if anything. Okay, it runs, and it appears to show stuff on the screen. That seems positive. I'm trying to figure out whether this is showing more than it should. Also, we keep stalling occasionally. And at this stage, I don't think we're showing... You know what? I feel like it was showing more... Like, watch this. We'll start over from scratch, just to be sure. Did you see how Search 3 was producing sparsely drawn things? I feel like when we do this, it is is it looping? See, that's more dense than it should be. There's more there than there should be. But then when it finally gets to drawing something here, that resets. And then that's more dense than it should be. So interesting. Oh, and we're still continuously generating, so we do have to shut that off in order to go. And I believe we're still generating like 999 instances each time. Let's just quit out of there. Let's try it on one that we haven't made a loop a million times. This stuff should still be working. Here we're down right at the very bottom, right at the end. So if we go right down to the end for this, we can do this as part of that loop. Might even be worth blanking display, but we'll see what it does. Because we're a little bit off the map now. Things are going kind of weird. But there's something that is working, and this may mean we get to update it as fast as it needs to update. Let's see what it does with a different... Oh, I like that. I like that. It looks like it's acting. It looks like it's flickering and doing more. Cool. And it's doing it until it generates one of these. That's what continually generating is for. So what it's doing right now is trying to get its best possible result, which we're going to say is that. That's as far as it got. Cool. One thing about it, it was drawing things. Not only that, this clearly is doing all this stuff, and then we have our loop. And the loop goes all the way down to the await. But not this. Unless it would be good to have that in there, but I don't think it would, because the loop shouldn't be doing... Honestly, I'm wondering whether all of this needs to be part of it as well. Like, what if on search 3 here, we didn't run any of that stuff, and this rapid iteration that we're trying to do within the loop, cut. Shouldn't be inside this. But, so we're doing this. That should update, maybe. But we don't necessarily have to update these. Okay, so I'm not as confident about this anymore. Let's put it back. This is going pretty good, all things considered, but it is definitely challenging. It'd be neater if it was like a video game where we're flying around in spaceships and it's all 3D and stuff, but no, this is just a tool. It is, however, a tool that I can make, sit up, and bark. So there's that. So are we blanking before drawing inside the loop? Well, we don't need to recreate this every time. We'll copy that. That is what makes it be blank. Here's our loop. We're creating some other... We don't need to create a delay every time either. Can we drag this to here? Yes. Ooh, but we do need to... Yeah, that needs to be randomized, doesn't it? Okay, so silly me. No, that does need to be inside the loop. That gets restarted every time. I stand corrected. So delete. And we are, in fact, we don't need to copy that. It's already there. And we are updating this every time. That's got to be a little bit slow, but don't know what else to do about it. I think we got to deal with it. I think we got to deal with loading everything from out of the delays. I did not want that part within the loop. But if we don't have that part within the loop, then we're doing the loop on the same values each time. That's no good. So, and again, the calculations, that's really the part that I sped up. It should be fine. Especially this stuff here. So we got all that going on. Have we updated it to... the only thing we haven't updated is we haven't updated the loop, but the loop should still work. With this variation on the loop, we're doing like 100 iterations where there would be one. Just got to go like this. These do need to stay inside the loop. Well, hang on, is this right? That's cumbersome, but fine. Okay, rotated is not getting expanded here, so it's still fine. It's just going to be the random numbers reshuffled. That's what it's supposed to be. So yeah, 100 iterations of this, or more. And it extends down to the await. And it's right after rotated resize. Well, that's not what I meant to do. How about we select this and then copy it rather than just staring at it. There we go. And now we must select everything all the way down to await. And indent. Oh, now come on. You are kidding me. You can't indent in JetBrains Writer? This is GDScript. It needs you to indent. What are my context? Okay, you were a little bit too smart for your own good. I have to literally go back into the Godot application to do the indent I need. So fine. It's going to be more fun working in C# in this, I tell you. No question about it, though. It was not offering what I needed. Okay, scripts. Let's just copy from here as well. Search for, just underneath rotated. This should allow me to indent. Also, it scrolls faster. Look at that. Boom. Now you're all part of that loop. And so can you be. Put the entire region inside it. And it is a very audacious loop too. And back over to this. After rotated, we will go all the way down to indent, and then this time the other thing after it. And one little thing lets me put all of that inside the loop, and that should do it. Let's see what we got. Hey, Chris Gritchen. Continually generating. Let's set it to unique. 200 seats. Search for. Let's see what this looks like when we do it. Okay, it's grinding a little bit, but I think that is actually going to work better. I think this is more fully using the capacities of it, because as it goes, it is keeping track of that optimal setting. It just hasn't hit it yet. So we'll turn off continually generating, if it lets us. Very good. We can hit stop, at which point it will show us what we got to. Quit out of there. I can probably throw another log on my fire is what I can do. Geez, it's like 3 o'clock. And I haven't set fire to enough things. Let's amend that. It's actually relatively warm outside, but when there's a chill in here, I want to attend to that chill. Also, this is getting down to the point where I want to burn it hotter so that it leaves less ash. And this is how I do that. That ought to go just fine. I'll have to keep an eye on it, but that's fine. See, it's enthusiastically bursting into flame in the appropriate place. The appropriate place for flame is the wood stove. So let's see. I think I got all of that sufficiently done. I had to do that in order to indent, but that's all I had to do here. So I can, in fact, run it in Rider where I'll get to use the debugger and monitor how it's doing with monitoring here, which is a running process. And now we've got our dummy variable. And we're going to do 1,000 iterations, where before there was only the one. Or we can fool around with that a little bit. So if we tell dummy to be int in range 0 to 1, and while we're at it, let's make basis be much smaller so that it fires off some successful returns. And we're on search 5. Continually generating is what we want. So over here, keep an eye on what CPU is doing. Right now, it's not doing very much. But if I run search 5, there we go. We're immediately doing a bunch of things. But the CPU is somewhat limited. It is only running at about 2.4 or 2.5. Now what would really be interesting is if I could run this multi-threaded, but I bet you I can't. I don't think I can. But one thing that tells me is in running this, and you see it's done a bunch of options getting to that point where it's like, no, we're good, I can't do better than this. It's now trying to find better than the most recent one that it hit. Technically, even while it is running, I can blank that. And now we're waiting for it to do another best option. So that might honestly be a decent way to start. Like if I'm running these overnight, the point is to run it so that it gets to the stage where that's the best it was able to get in the few seconds that it ran. But we're running it so to get to the best that it can get during running for 8 hours. And not fill up this area, which will be time-consuming and tiresome to deal with. Also, I'm curious we're running at 2%. This is updating at a very fixed speed, and that makes me curious. Like it's acting like it's limited by a timer. So we can't tell it to stop. That's good enough for now. And that does mean that we can, no matter what we've selected, like let's select, for instance, front. I'm pretty sure if I restart it, it will reset basis to 0.01 and then run from there. Although we'll find out. Let's see if it scampers around doing a bunch of things to start off with. I will blank this so I can notice if it does. signs point to no. I think I have to restart the program to get a new setting. And that would be, oh, no, it did a couple, but not enough. No, it's not actually hitting anything that beat its previous high score, and that is because the previous high score is contained slightly off screen as that number that started out as 9,099,099. So let's see. Firstly, let's update all of these so that the first time you run it, it gets excited and runs through a bunch of variations. I don't think we need Halt 5 here. That should work. So if I pick search 3 and like back some arbitrary thing, it should throw a bunch of stuff into this area. He says as it does not do that thing. Interesting. Although this one has gotten itself to 5% CPU, which is maxing out that one. See, the way this works, I can build this program, duplicate it, and then what it's going to do is I can run multiple programs and they will run on multiple processors, meaning that I can get more out of an overnight run than just using only one CPU. This has one CPU maxed, but there are more CPUs in this computer than just one. Although that does leave me wondering whether there's a way of doing multi-threading, and it might be worth looking into that. Oh, but look, it has generated one. It's still going, but it has generated something. A couple of them. So that's going to be fine. I believe that that has successfully done its job. So let's see now. These are all 0.01. This one goes from 1,000 to 99. Likewise, and this one was not actually making the most of it. It was at 2%, and it maxes out at 5. So we'll see what it thinks when we've set it to 99 as well. So here's this one, sure enough. Yeah, now it's off and running. Chamber is more sensitive. Basically, the way that I've done this is when it hits these, each of them has a slightly different threshold for what will make it engage. But regardless, it will find its way to the optimal setting, at which point two variables determine what it's going to do. And we do appear to be at roughly 5%. So I'm going to say that is maxed out, but not so much that it's doing a beach ball. So this feels good. This feels pretty good. And it is trying very hard to get to a 200-seat arena off of Search 3. I often simply rerun it when I need to make it go again. Meanwhile, Search 4... Yep, we are very rapidly hitting new ones. This is the full-on householder matrix. And every time it generates a new one of these, it's making it a little bit more difficult to generate the next. So you can run it for like 10 seconds, blank this out, and now it's likely to take a little bit longer to get to the next high score, because it's a self-adjusting operation. The way it works. I could even make it so that it can only draw stuff if a timer has elapsed, allowing it to blow through the initial wave of finding its center, then going from there. But we do have this now maxed out at 5%. That is going to be its maximum amount. It would be fun to see if it can do faster. But like, I've only got 45 minutes before I defrost my tacos, and honestly this is doing fairly well, even if I did not end up coding in C#. So we did a whole bunch of stuff. Like, technically this is running 100 times faster than it was before. That's not too shabby. No complaint there. In fact, I can calculate just how much faster it is running. And that can be done like this. I'm tempted to make a new control for that, where you crank it up to that point. Seems like it might be fun. I do think it is running faster, yeah. I think the yield is letting it draw on screen faster too, although I'm not completely and totally sure. Oh, also, I can't add new things except for programmatically here. This does not have the Godot building screen. So while I don't have anything open, I'm going to take a moment and figure out whether I can do threads. Oh, GDScript specifically has threads. Neat. So that's charming. So the question there is, if I can actually create threads in GDScript, and that might be a big ask, am I doing stuff where it needs to be thread safe? Or am I doing stuff that can run in parallel and it doesn't really matter? There's parts of this where I think it would matter, but parts of it where I think it would not. So that's a little much. Good luck for this fellow, but I don't know what they're saying. They're getting scolded for speaking in Spanish, which is kind of rude, but whatever. Okay, so interesting. Here we go. And we're looking at the GDScript specifically, but this is probably useful to know about, especially if you are not doing it in C#. We do apparently have ways of doing this in C#, but it looks cumbersome. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that works, but that looks a little cumbersome. And then you also have to have this built in. That's not as much, but yeah. GD class, multi-threading demo. So yeah, if you were in GDScript, this is apparently what it is. So function callable. So what I'm wondering is whether you need to have a function that is like the wafflecopter function in this example. You can make a thread, thread start, thread function bind. That looks like an identifier. Because it looks like an identifier, I'm expecting it to be somewhere. I'm expecting there to be like func underscore wafflecopter, but I don't see it. So that's weird. Maybe it's whatever is within. You have a recipe for waffles? It sounds delicious. So this is apparently not a good way of doing it. Here we are again. See, here's the thing. I believe if I can run things in multiple threads, they will run on multiple CPUs. I think it will use additional processors rather than just only the one. And in fact, I think macOS will try to assign things to processors as it can. But I'm not absolutely certain about this. Also, this wafflecopter nonsense is confusing me because I don't see where it says it. It's like user data. Why does it say that? Where does it come up with that? Why does it have this as an identifier? Maybe I can get better instructions elsewhere without watching a video. Here's Godot docs. That's literally the same thing. Reddit is often handy. So multi-threading is hard, easy to screw up and very hard to debug. I have actually programmed multi-threading in Unity. In the form, I guess, coroutines, I think is what I was actually doing there. Oh, hi, GitHub project, example of what you mean. What do we got here? Well, that doesn't look good. I guess that's Godot information. Huh. So this is screwing up the graphics. For int, my text string, thread worker GD. Oh, this looks more like something. So what does this look like, presuming that it works and is in Godot 4.4? Arrays, and unfortunately arrays can be anything, so that's not necessarily one of the arrays I'm using. Ready makes these things. Post request, it's pushing and pulling like arguments, it's feeding stuff in and out. Okay, I don't think that's going to be helpful. In fact, I may be a bit over my head with that, so let's not worry about it. Technically, that was not, worker thread pull class. Hello. Simple multi-threading without having to create threads. Neat, okay. What does this mean then? Well, the task has to be computationally expensive, but you know what? My big nested loops could count as being computationally expensive. So GD script, that's what we're looking for. Expensive logic. So you do it kind of like that. Add a group task. And wait for group task completion. So you start that, then this stuff starts running in parallel. And then you have this and wait for the task completion, assuming that all of it has to actually get done. But that might be able to bump stuff out to separate CPUs, being multi-threaded and stuff. So that's interesting. That said, it looks like we kind of need to so the key here is enemy index. The function is doing a thing, and you're passing in, you're basically passing in whatever this enemy object is, and you're passing them in parallel. Here, let me continue fooling with my wood stove. It's doing a really good job of burning up firewood. When the damper isn't on, it gets very enthusiastic about burning everything up and being done. To the point where I can just throw wood in there like I was Jeremy Clarkson throwing coal in a steam locomotive. There's a famous Top Gear episode. Jeremy Clarkson being on a train, racing a car and a motorcycle across England. He got all covered with soot and was exhausted, and good for him. So yeah, threads. I think this is over my over my head at this point. I don't think that's what I need to be doing. This person doesn't know any of this stuff. I barely do, but they totally don't. And it just crashes for them, so yeah. So I do know so far, so good. Yeah, look at how good that's going. That looks exactly like the Top Gear episode where Jeremy Clarkson had to stoke a steam locomotive spoiler. That's just what that looked like. We have a little tiny bit of snow, but it might be already gone at this stage. It warmed up today. So since it's like 50 or 60 degrees outside, it's very possible that there isn't any snow on the ground, but there was this morning. So yeah, deferred execution. Preemptive threading. It reminds me of back in the day when we were on Mac OS 9 or Mac OS 8 or 7, where it is not preemptively threaded. I do have enough wood still. I had some delivered fairly recently. It's always a big pain to carry around and stuff, but it's good for you, and I still have a goodly amount outside, plus plenty inside. So I'm not going to run out of firewood this winter, even if it hangs around until mid-April. So mutexes and semaphores are locks. Fair. Okay. Mutual exclusion. Cool. Well, what I'm looking to do is have similar things be computed at the same time. So basically, I'm quite happy to have all this stuff run simultaneously. That said, I should simply ask. That's what I thought it meant. Active scene tree needs to behave a certain way. If you're in threads, you got to do it like this. Fair. Outside the active tree, you can build whatever you want as long as you're not using it. Fair. Okay. Seems cool. But you don't necessarily want to build stuff outside the active tree using multi-threads and then use them in any way. So there is that. And rendering, So rendering potentially a problem, and rendering in nodes is not thread safe either. Okay, well, so far so good. Seems the chip. That's probably enough for now. So where were we at? We were going to get to play with multiple settings for this so that I could rapidly see what it's doing if you have different, you crank it up to different levels. And that involves going here and coming up with a additional control. So first thing we're going to do, go into the scene, go into here in the inspector, and change this to like continue. And then resize it. And indeed move it the heck out of the way. Resize all of these things and move them out of the way so that I can have space for how many iterations we run in that loop. And we'll just make it as a text edit thing and then read that. And then we can set it to whatever the heck we want. And I can tune it to that 5% amount in the debugger, which is showing me how much CPU is being used. I can have it max out the processor without going overboard in any way. Because cranking it up so that it goes to more than 5% isn't going to be helpful. I have a way of telling whether or not it is maxing out the computer, and that is the way of doing it. So let's see. Target seats, but not target seats. Instead, we're going to drag it and have it become presumably target seats 2. I think I can do an option drag. That would be a nope. Also, this is apparently sending a signal. Interesting. Maybe rather than doing that, I don't use one that sends a signal, because I don't think I need to use one that sends a signal. How about we copy and paste? Now we've got a, Now we've got an additional matrix. Hold down Shift for bigger moves. This is yet another edit field. It is an edit field that is the child of the previous edit field, which is not really useful. And here's the original one. And here's its baby, but we need to give it a different name. So let's see if that's any good. Also, let's reparent it just to basic root. Does it vanish or does it just move? It scooched all the way down there, but that's fine. We'll set it to there. The copy and paste made it be a parent, but it doesn't need to be anything of the sort. Also, let's go back to our inspectors because this one defaults to a text, but we can have it default to like 99. Or we could, if it let me change the text. Hi, what's your deal? Well, I bet we're not going to have it be 999, so we can move it like this. And then we're in the editor, we've got it selected. We should be able to change this. Let's see if we can. We can. Cool. So that's probably as big as we want. It's tempting to try to do some kind of slidey control or whatever, but I'm doing many of these things basically just with numbers. Let's copy and paste this guy as well. It is rich text label 7. So that has made another instance of rich text label 7. Then we can scooch over here and reparent. After renaming. I'm sorry my keyboard is so clickety. It is what it is. We'll parent that to basic root as well. Everything is basically just the parent of the root. Oh, are we being parented to that now? How about no? How about rather than parenting it to this, we just sit it there and it's going to be fine, just the way it is. And alrighty. So if we run this, it will in fact run. That just won't do anything. And that's fine. Or no, it will. It did. It did run. So here's our continue control. This is iterations that doesn't currently do anything. And look at it go. Yeah, it's doing much better than before. It starts out busily grinding out new stuff. Honestly, it looks like it's weight dense. Well, that's because it's 200 seats. Like over here, you see this is the number of seats it's targeting in order to get an outcome that is like 200 seats. And then here you see that this is the shortest to longest delay and what that amounts to as a 160 seat club, where it's targeting 200. So it's aiming for this number in order to get a result of this number. And it's more of it just kind of trying to do its own thing and figure out what it's doing. But here's where we start having a little more fun with it. And we'll start in search 3. And it's going to look kind of like this. Oh, int. Fairly simple. Going to look like that. And then before we run this, but after we've done rotated, we'll do that. Which is not actually being assigned to anything. We could put it inside the for loop, but let's not. Lovely. And now we need to call it the node iterations rather than looking at the node seats again. And that ought to do it. Oh, and it is offering to fill it in with a existing node, which I've already set up, so that's fine. Lovely. Save. And we will simply replace this each place it exists. Oh, up you go. Like there. And already got that. And there. And here. Lovely. And having done this, we now make sure to save each of these and then jump back into Writer, because Writer is the one that's able to do the profiling. Although maybe this does profiling too, I'm not entirely sure. I just know that Writer is doing profiling and I like looking at that, so we'll see what that looks like and go from there. Because now we have our wonderful little, we can just straight up run this and go. So, 9 iterations in search 3. Keep an eye on CPU. That's not very difficult at all, is it? So we'll stop. 99 iterations in search 3. There we go. And we got to 5%. And now we'll give it a try on search 5. 9 iterations in there. Well, now that's actually quite easy, apparently. Maybe I need to restart it. We'll give it a shot. Usually I run this from the point of starting up the program, so I'm not particularly concerned about that. Search 5 is more demanding than search 3, so in theory, that should be taking more CPU, but we'll see. Yep, 9 iterations got me to 5% usage. Looking good. And just for fun, we'll see what happens when we're starting at 990. Maybe that's not a good idea. Let's update that. How about? Where's our, there we go, basic root scene. We get to edit it from here. There's some connections. It's cool. Yeah, well, it's also choking the thing on its own guts. So there's that. Let's scooch up to the top. How about? So texture rect, that's all good. Basic root, that is the correct thing there. Looking for our iterations number. And it is not, there it is. So we could tell it to be 99 or something resembling that, or we could tell it to be 9. Or we could tell it to be 16. Any number of things. Placeholder text. Well, I never told it to be anything as a placeholder text. So if we blank it out, that's what we see. Some of these don't have any placeholder text at all. I see no reason why this should. But, you know, why not? Okay, save that. And now we have 16 iterations. And if we run search 5, it should run, but it should easily go to 5% without freaking out too hard. And looking good, yeah. 5 or over %. And we're not hitting beach ball or anything like that. And we're grinding through pretty good, on target for the correct number of hits. What it is showing is always the most recent best option. Although I'm tempted to try to make it just cycle through. Just always update, always show a new thing. And I'm wondering if there's a good way to go about it. Because I feel like the way it's going, I could just have it corsicating with options rather than sitting there with the most recent, its most recent success, basically. Also, we can turn off, continue, hit stop. There's where we're at, the most recent one. And we can see what it does when you're very mean and cruel to it. And tell it, please do search 5 1,000 times per iteration. Watch what it does now. It chokes is what it does. But that's expected. And see, it got through. And it's still only at 5%. But technically, this is probably using the CPU more aggressively, seeing as we're demanding it to beach ball all the time. It's locked up the processor so intensely that it's not available for interactions. And that's pretty strong. In fact, you can see that this is not updating very often. And it would be updating about once per second. But not so much. So one of the things I can do is tune it until it's slowing this down, but not slowing it down too much. That could be a thought. Oh, and I do have to turn off continue. Or just straight up quit it. That'll work too. Oh, are we waiting for the quit? No, there we go. So all in all, this is working pretty good. This has gotten to a good direction. Let's try that again just for funsies. So we had 16 iterations, and at that point this is updating real fast. Look at it go. So we can load it up more until this is not being as responsive. That is basically the target that it's trying to hit. So 16, that's arguably unused class. That's not an unused class at all. What are you talking about? So 16 was kind of a lot, and 999 was way too much. So if we did 99 and search 5, which is our most heavyweight calculation, it'll be maxed out at CPU, but what's this stuff over here going to be doing? And we'll find out. Okay, we're maxed out. It's updating fairly often. Like, look at how fast that number is changing. Is there perhaps a way that I can make the number of iterations tied to that so that it increases when that's not moving too fast? Maybe. We'll have all of the little things adjusting so that it's running as hard as it can without becoming inoperable. Firstly, 99, and it's still fairly responsive. We're not getting a beach ball or anything like that. And we can quit it. 99 on search 3 is another story, because that is a much leaner calculation. Oh, well, you look at that, all of a sudden it's at decimal place. That's crazy. What's it doing with that? Something's going on there. But that is it remaining very responsive. Let's dial this back so it doesn't have to struggle so hard. The 3-bit householder matrix, it doesn't really like being a large reverb impulse. It really kind of doesn't. So 99, and yeah, that is got a decimal place in there, sure enough. But it's still being very responsive indeed. So if I was to 500, 5 times as much, that's what it takes for that to grind to a halt a bit. Oh, and it's trying to do the 200-seater again. But it's responsive. Whereas 500 on the 5 would be much more challenging. So we know how to read from and write to that. This is reading from. And we know we're going to pass through this periodically. We also know that search 3 is causing it to be a decimal point, and so that's weird. Why is that? We get to do this. Target seats. Text to float. So is this float even though the other ones are int? Let's take a moment and find out. So we see a small difference there. Those are ints. Those are floats. What is it for this? Probably also ints. Needs to work its way through all this. Sure enough, that is also ints. There are slight corrections. The whole thing kind of adjusts and goes. Might as well make it consistent. Target seats really doesn't need to be a float. Again, this is another thing that is kind of chasing what it's doing. Also note how basis here is growing ever so slightly smaller as it goes. So here's a question. Can we set up a timer that's keeping track of how fast it's able to run? And then that will also be adapting itself to the conditions it's in. This is the kind of thing that could come in handy on like your typical video game as well. It's like it'll try to do the best it can with what it's got. Note that my fireplace has eagerly burned up the rest of that firewood, so let's keep loading it up. Well, it's almost exactly 4. See, there's 2 things about that. One, it's nice to burn firewood and be warm, and have the house be warm so it doesn't end up super cold when I get up in the morning. 2, what you see there is like charcoal and ash. And if it continues to burn at a high heat, it will turn into very powdery ash. But if it doesn't, there's a lot of charcoal left over, and it fills up space in the bucket next to there. So I'd rather have it burn to ash properly. So let's see what we can do with that. You can pile it all up into a sort of central pile. It's a bit of a tall pile, but that will more effectively turn to ash, and then you can throw like skinny wood on top of it, so it'll burn more effectively. Or other kinds of kindling wood. This. There's a hole in this glove, so I have to be careful not to scorch my finger through the hole. And that'll ramp up real fiercely in a moment. Just watch it go. And I'm going to want to think about what to do with timers for this final question. And if I do it correctly, I'll be able to watch it go, and that'll be cool. So countdown, this is a relevant thing in here. This only updates the seats and things based on, it's also only updating bases on this. So it's chasing this target number, but it's trying to do all of this very rarely. Thing though is, does it even need to do that? I'm doing a lot of other stuff. We're doing all of this. Do we really think that we can save any cycles by only updating that once every 10 times? Or alternately, if that's what we gotta do, could we make that chase iterations as well? Because we could. I'm telling you, we could. One thing about it though is basis only updates when that happens. So it's only going to chase down very gradually. And we are updating all of these as we go. I'm gonna say I'm gonna make it update more quickly. It can really scoot if I do it properly. So we are going to remove literally just these lines and change the indenting. Like that. But we can't change all the indenting at once, but we can change it in the cumbersome rider way, where it puts it all back to the end, and then you have to reconstruct it manually, which is, oh, I guess that time it didn't. So we put that back. Now it's not bothering with this countdown business. to the point where we can remove that. And that's search 3, right? So I can show you what it does. Here's search 3. Here's the number that we'll be updating more quickly. And look at it go. It really zipped there. And it looks like we're continuing to process, but it's simply not budging at this stage. Oh, it's also stopped. Why is it stopped? Oh, and it crashed. Okay. At line 50, oh, halt crashed. Okay, my apologies, Mr. Halt. Didn't mean to screw you up. However, I am confident enough that that's what I want to do that we'll do it for each of these. And then go into all of the halt and do it for that as well. Boop. If you have a if statement, then it's happy to do what you want. Okay, there we go. Got that one sorted. I need to go into all the halts in order to do this properly. Oh, also I forgot to remove the statement up here. Boop. Also, it's time for me to defrost stuff. I'll be on that in a moment. And then as soon as it sees an if statement, it's now more willing to act normal. There. And then remove that. And halt 3, halt 4, and halt 5 require attention. Namely, that doesn't exist anymore. Nor this, nor this. Not sure why I'm updating it there. But now you should see more action regarding this number here is not updating every 10th of an update. It's updating literally every single update. So it does this. Whee! Look at it go. It's really scrambling. Which is also, it's not doing anything interesting other than it's updating that as fast as it can. That shows you the frame rate now. Which also shows us, maybe I should put it where you can see it more easily. That seems like it might be cool. Oh, and then if you hit stop, it doesn't even pause for a moment. We gotta halt the continue, and only then. And I can't reposition it there, so tell you what. We're gonna play some audio while I go and set up my stove and defrost food. And I'll be right back and we'll do some of the final things on this. most lyrical expression of music that you could ever hear. But here's the wood stove. It has burned through that wood pretty quick, honestly. Let's stop this nonsense. This ends up doing this later. So it does end up getting into a jam. It's just that that middle section is a little dull. And let's see, we were going to move the flashity control to where we could see it more easily. But also, I feel, do another one of those self-correcting things where it will start ramping up iterations. So let's see, firstly, make this small and then drag this around. We can drag it anywhere we want. We could sit it next to this. How much space does that take? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. In fact, that can expand this way because there's nothing there anymore. And this gets updated. Yay. And it's not quite overlapping the screen there, so that's cool. That's probably fine. And then we're going to have one more timer. That we will call timer 1 to distinguish it from all these other ones. And I'm not entirely sure what process callback is going to mean to it. Hang on, do I have to get out of here somehow in order to make it do what I want? Give me control of this. Okay, thank you, very good. Process callback, physics callback, no, idle. Wait time, one shot, auto start. So we're just going to make it go. Ignore timescale, what's that about then? Yeah, let's ignore engine timescale and update with the real elapsed time. And then auto start. After it enters the tree, the property is automatically set to false. Huh. And then wait time. 1 second. It's going to count down from that, I believe. And we do indeed want it to, well, we'll call it one shot. Wait time is 1 second. Maybe auto start can be off. And we'll start it. It's a maximum of 1 second. We could have it be a very large number, mind you, but 1 second is probably fine. Because the update speed is way faster than that, you see. And we're going to want to be calling this timer from the script. Okay, where's search 3 all of a sudden? Hello, search 3. There you are. Where are you? Beg your pardon? What's your damage that I can't have you be in this window, please? Okay, now that's just annoying. Thank you. Don't know what its problem was, but whatever. So script, there's 3. There it is. Maybe it's because something was selected. I have no idea. So in this final 45 minutes, we are going to make that speed thing, iterations, alter. And here's how we're going to do it. We'll start with search 3. We have var iterations, and so in theory we can just write it back again. Where do we go about doing that? Here's a good place. Since we are not in the zone, this is what we do when we update everything. System chases active target number rapidly, actively. So now I got to convert something to a, okay, string. There we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. So that is now adjusting iterations on the fly. Are we doing this within every... Yes, we are. That's no good. Honey, no. It's okay chasing the target number within iterations itself, but I don't think we can change iterations within iterations itself. That seems bad. That seems like that will lead to no good. So let's go all the way down to the bottom. Hang on a moment. So, what do we do with the timer? What shall we do with our timer? Okay, we got this here. Here's where we're chasing numbers. So, let's define a number. There. So time elapsed equals float 1.0. Then when we're doing this, we can also reset our What about before we go into our iterations? Go and find our code for getting use of the timer again. Where'd it go? Did we even use it at all? Probably not. I don't think we've touched that yet, but here's how we can. And since we have nice autocorrect for this, oh, hello. All right, that should work. But does it? What properties does timer have? Wait time? Don't need to worry about that. So timer reset, I guess. How shall we go about doing this? Let's literally go and look up the documentation, shall we? This is sometimes what we do. The script. Bada boom. So you can do timeout, but I don't need to because I'm not intending to. We've got time left, and then we get to reset it. I presume we get to reset it. So timer 1, start. Maybe we don't even need a variable for that at all. And that is a method, so we're going to do that. Seems good. It will start at 1 second. You can update how many seconds it is, so I could make it be timer start 1. And then time left is also in seconds, and it is read-only, and that's basically what we want. So if we don't specify it, it's 1. And it's always going to be 0. Oh, that was messy. Let's not do that. That was a mistake. So there's our iterations. We're doing nothing here, and that's fine. And then here's where we're done. So we could simply start it again, but that's not what we're up to. No. We're going to come up with a little bit of math for doing some of this stuff, and then we're going to port it to every place that we use it. We've already done this. Here we go. So, iterations. Give me that G in the end, please. Thank you. So here's where we read it, and here's where we can write it. And what value shall we write? We'll write something. Here's wait time and time left. Float get time left gives us that is going to be something. That's going to write to it. It expects I know you expect an expression. That's fine. So Now we're giving that a float, so that's not what we want, but I got about a half an hour to get all this sorted. I should be able to do it. That'll be nice. The stove has finished doing its cooking for now. So, if there is nothing left between that and get time left, that means it's processing really fast. If there is one, in other words, actually we can have this be a float, can't we? It's going to be either 1 all the way down to 0. So now adjust time. That is scaling from 1 down to 0. So now there's nothing in there yet, but there will be. Also, we can tweak this just a hair. We're just going to see what this do. We'll add a tiny amount. Actually, we'll add this much. And then integer of divided by. So now what's going to happen is if that I might not have that right. So if the time elapsed between the time that it started before doing all of that and get time left is next to no time, it did it all very fast. That means we didn't do enough iterations, and so we need more. That time can be almost arbitrarily small. So probably what we want, rather than 1.0 minus that, is just directly that. We probably don't need the parenthesis then, because this chain of things is going to give us a value, and then we just add a tiny bit to it. The reason we add a tiny bit to it is because if it's 0, we don't want to divide by 0. So if it took forever, it's going to be like, it's going to call for, let's assume it was just grinding away, right? Grinding away, it took a second to get from one bit to the other bit. So timer was restarted, and then time left is nothing. And so therefore, adjust time becomes 0.001 because it's one tiny bit more than nothing. So we tell iterations to be the largest possible. Okay, so that's no good. Maybe I had it right the first time. Or if it happened almost instantly, it would be 1 plus 001, and that makes iterations be 1 divided by 1, so in that case we only attempt 1, so that's the opposite. So in fact, I think I was right the first time. In any case, nothing to it but to try it. Let's see what it tries to do. We're going to run it and look at what happens to the adjust time control thing. Oh, and it does appear to be in the right place, so we're cool. Could still need adjustment. And it's going to be search 3 that does it. So see how we got 16 iterations? That's going to change rather suddenly. And this is going to jump around, and we're going to see what it does. 206, 100. Okay, we go to very large settings and it's jumping around madly. Neat. And we're kind of locking up a bit. It's taking a full second each time. So we're going to quit out of there and then do some other kind of adjustment. So, larger number of iterations, maybe not so much. Let's see what happens when we add more to adjust time. Oh, hang on though. Let's start it at 16 here and see where it goes from there. Also, I have an adjustment to make in the window here so we can literally see what we just did, because I just screwed it up to the point where you can't see what it did. So you're going to become a larger window, because it's now able to ask for many, many iterations indeed. And that's not good or correct, but all the same, it's capable of doing it. So let's see what it's doing. Back into the breach. How many iterations can you do? 1600. Heavens no. We are on the wrong track. So why is it telling it to do that? Do I honestly have it backwards again? We're going to randomly see what happens when we reverse this. I would have sworn that was actually correct, but if I wasn't, rather than going to an extreme like that, it's hovering around a very fast rate, at which point maybe we can adjust. So let's see what happens if we started at a much higher number. Are you able to rein that in? It starts at 16, then it's going to jump to 100, but 100 minus something. Okay, it's kind of hovering at about the same rate, but this is updating faster. See how fast it's going? And that means it'll be more responsive. So if we set it to like 64, because it's going to be more interesting when we see what happens when we do it on the different algorithms. This is the really fast algorithm. This is the one where it really is able to crank away. And see, I started it at 64, but it's kind of jumping ahead. In fact, it seems, I'm not really quite sure what it thinks it's doing. It's only updating every now and then. Look at that. Look at that. So I feel like maybe some of my calculations are in error. That update is in the wrong place. It's only able to change once it prints a new output. That's not nearly correct. I should put it in here somewhere. Let's give that a try. So cut that. Let's put it in here. See what that does. Just before 08. Now we'll see whether this moves more actively. And if it's an appropriate place, yeah, okay. We seem to be zeroing in on a point. I am a little curious as to whether that's the correct point, because it feels like it's real close to what I told it to be before. feel like it should be able to do that calculation differently. If I tell it to be 10, does it end up being much higher than 10 when it tries? Or can we make it chase a relevant number? Like we should have reset timer up here somewhere. Yeah, like there, get timer start. Maybe I can move that elsewhere too. Hang on. So that's cool. Now this is basically just literally the same. If I can have this all work in one spot, it's probably to the good. So if we do that, it's checking what time is left and then restarting immediately, at which point we do process frame. We see whether it does anything or means anything. In theory, that should give me a varying time left. I'm not convinced that's what's going to happen, mind you, but in theory, that should give me a varying time left as it goes. So adjust time becomes something between 1 and 0. And if it's 0, it can be a larger number. But if we fool with an if statement, see, now that should work and not alter anything. If it does, it'll simply run being whatever we set it to. And sure enough. And this is cranking away real fast because 16 iterations is not enough to make much of a dent on this. And as such, it's very responsive, but we can crank up the iterations a whole bunch based on that. So let's make iterations count up and down. We no longer need to do that. Is less than 0.1. Okay. Now we have something to calculate with. And we're going to need time left to be closer to a second. Let's push that a little bit. How about a quarter second? So if edge time is in fact less than a quarter second, hang on, how do I phrase that? That's how. And we actually cannot do that. We have to do it manually, because that's a C-ism. That's a C and C++-ism. So I've got this. If I've got the sequence of this, it'll be chasing up and down based on adjust time up high. Oh, pff. There you go. So, excuse me, get out of my way, thank you. So if the countdown timer, which starts at 1, is less than 0.75, that means it is more than a quarter second in time. So we should reduce the number of iterations. Otherwise, we will increase iterations. And it's probably going to be that, so it's probably going to crank its way up quite aggressively. Let's find out if that's true by running it. And we're just going to see if it blows up or crashes or does horrible things. We're starting at 16 and going from there. Let's see how fast it runs. It's going to try to crank up iterations until it's updating 4 times a second. And this 200 is what's going to be moving as we watch it update. $35, $33, okay, that's interesting. It counted up. 44, 43. It appears to be functioning. Thing about it is, I have been, it's not completely consistent, but it sure is trying to do its thing. And it's updating so fast that we could go way higher than this. So how do we do that? Let's try to have get time left be half a second. So we've still got it going both directions. Off you go. There it goes, counting up. Okay, that's going very quick. 41, 40. It really seems to be heading for what it considers to be a good number of iterations. It bobbles around a little bit, but it wants to be going fast enough to be running quickly. Really seems to want to have a very small number there. So am I doing this right? What if instead of that we go less than 95? Is that going to make us go even? Because this is the number that's going to change its behavior. Up, up. Okay, now it's going like a bat out of hell. Cool, correct. So what we want to do is have time left be incredibly tiny, or incredibly, incredibly tiny, just about to 0. We're not dividing by anything anymore. And then it will ramp up the iterations until it is making maximum use to the best of its ability. Seems to bounce a bit. That number is still moving mighty quickly. However, it looks a little bit like this is giving us our best option. It's staying responsive, but note that we're doing the search 3. So we're doing 35 instances of search 3 for like every tick. It's every time that moves, we're doing 30 random comparisons. That's how good it's running now, which is cool. Very cool. I'm liking that part a lot. We're also scaling back the frequency at which we hit a new one of these, which is probably useful. But yeah, no, setting it up this way, it appears as if we are of the good. Let's see if we can exaggerate it even further. Can you make it go hardcore? Where the time left has to be like 0 before it starts changing the iterations? Because that's what this does. And then I'm going to copy it over to the other two, and you'll see that it goes to different update frequencies for each because they're different weight. Here's this one. Okay, 40, 39, cool, cool. We're finding appropriate settings. It's cranking as fast as it can. Look at it go. Oh, we went all the way to 48 now. Nice. So yeah, it's clearly making itself respond, but there's a limit to how far it can push. So yeah. And again, it's going to do the iterations thing each time. It's just that we've ramped it up. We are adjusting it on the fly by what it's capable of doing. Let us apply this everywhere else we use it. Copy. And it should fit right into everything else. I am very pleased with how that's working out. So under texture rect and above process frame. Lovely. And lovely. It should work. In fact, at this stage, I think I could literally build it and run it. Let's give that a try. Oh, do we not have... Yeah, should have this available. We know how to do this. Oh, we don't have that. Please install. Please go and find. Oh, it can't find. Curse you, silly. Oh, are we in offline mode? What do we do in an offline mode? Can you be in online mode enough to download your new stuff? Let's take a minute in my last 10 minutes or so of stream and go and find out how to make it do the thing. You should know how to do that, seriously. Where do you tell it to go into online mode? Project Manager, Settings, Network Mode. Cool. So we can save that and start up again, and this time starting it up again, we can probably tell the network mode to be online. I think that's where that goes. Let's be online. Off you go, because I'm going to need to use that. Oh, there's an update available? Well, good for you. I think I'm going to see where I get with this before worrying too much about updating the engine. But if I'm lucky, I can at least export this. If I try. Please give me download and install. We're not using these other installed versions because we're not on 4.1 or 4.2. We're on 4.4 stable. And my streamer network connection is so good that I can stream while downloading a gigabyte as you watch, because that's your job. Or at least that's my job. and on to exporting this as it exists. Oh, hi, what's your problem now? We're not even using texture formats. Rendering textures VRAM, import this. Project settings. At least it tells you what you need to do. Feel a little grumpy about that, but all the same. Textures. Come on, honey. How about advanced settings? Is that what you need? So what was the complaint again? Wasn't this what it wanted? I don't have any textures in this. That's the thing. What's its little problem? Let's try to export again and see if it tells me in more convenient ways. Used to be able to do this. So this has to be enabled. Let's see whether I can keep this on my screen so I can see what it's doing. Hopefully it will stay. And then project setting rendering. Textures. VRAM compression. That's on. Oh, no, wait, no, it's not. This is the one that has to be on. Ah. Far out. Okay, well, at least it told me what was wrong. Let's close the export thing. We'll save and restart. And if all goes well, I will have a built-in operating thing, at which point I can show you how fast it runs each of the various versions, and then I can go off and have my tacos. So let's see, export. This time it should be happy, right? Surely. Notarization is, that's fine. I knew that. Export the project as a playable build. It insists upon doing it in a disk image thing. I don't think I need the debug. There's a .NET file in there which is not actually used by anything, so that's somewhat wasteful, but it shouldn't do any harm. It's creating the app bundle. It's doing all of its stuff. It does a little local code signing. I do have a code signing certificate for my stuff. And so, ta-da! Looks like that's going to be fine. So now we find out. Ooh, is it having problems? Some kind of problems. It did not like the .NET stuff. Well, there's nothing actually .NET running in it, so we will see whether this works or not. If it doesn't, I can always just run it in the thingy. So here's how this works. Boop. Let me close the disk image and get rid of it. And we can actually option drag this and make multiple instances of the executable. Let's see if it works. If not, we don't need it. Ha! It did. So does this. This runs on a separate CPU. So does this. This is also going to run on a separate CPU. This is how I do it. So here's one. Here's two. Here's 3. Each of these are going to run on a separate CPU. They're all set to 16 iterations. And we'll leave it at chamber because why not? Notice that and they're not going to bog things down because I have plenty of CPUs. But you notice we run this, and away it goes. But then we run this, and it's going to be a different number, I bet you. I bet you anything it's going to be a different number. He says, as it ends up being an even higher number. Huh, okay. And then we run search 5. I will be surprised if that is a smaller number, or a larger number, but let's see what it does. This is somewhat counterintuitive. Okay, that makes better sense. Okay, so the one on the top, search 3, is cranking away like mad, and I don't usually use it for anything, so that's probably fine. But it's doing 47 iterations per calculation. And you can see it's very responsive because it's cranking away like this, like mad. This one, you see, it's slowed down because it's doing 82 iterations, even more than this one somehow, in order to produce its results. Whereas the one on the bottom is running search 5. Search 5 is the 5x5 householder matrix, so that's some heavy crunching. And as it happens, what's going on there is that is such a heavy routine that it can only do 18 iterations to the 4x4 one doing 85 iterations. But they are both producing about the same rate of updates, and they are both going to be responsive to input coming in. My tacos tonight are going to have ground beef. I'm sorry for the lady that I met who is a vegan who doesn't like that kind of stuff, but I have ground beef and taco mix, which also includes pinto bean. Pinto bean from sort of dried pinto bean flakes, so it thickens it up a little bit. And also some Monterey Jack cheese and tomato, chopped tomato, which is a fresh tomato even in the middle of winter when it is just a rock. Because part of my routine around that is the habit of slicing it up with a knife and putting it in the right place and so on. And so I don't really deal with any other form other than just having a fresh tomato, even if it's not seasoned for tomatoes. And then also green leaf lettuce. And they go in a taco shell, which is your American standard of Old El Paso hard crunchy, because that's the kind I grew up on. Also, there is an additional detail, which is if I try to eat taco shells and they are soft taco kind, those are delicious and I love them. But when I try to eat the tacos made using the soft taco kind, I always bite the inside of my mouth somehow. I don't know quite how that works, but that's what happens. Is I enjoy the soft taco kind and oh, I gotta look at that go. We are cranking away, making new variations on this theme, aren't we? So yeah, I don't get to make the soft tacos because I will bite myself, which is painful. And with the hard tacos, although they are terrible American style, and honestly not as tasty as the soft taco shells are, it will keep me from biting the inside of my mouth. So there you go. Oh, look at that. You're right. Into the Matrix has cranked its way up to 118 iterations as it goes. I suppose the question there is, if I keep running it indefinitely, will it keep going up until the program ceases to work? Or will it go back down? Let's hang around for long enough. It's like 5 exactly. Let's hang around long enough to see whether that number, 118 iterations, goes down ever. Because I'm kind of not seeing it move. And it looks a little bit like it only updates when the screen changes. And that's a little weird. But what are you going to do? I mean, it's good data anyhow. There are other things that are useful as well. For instance, the fact is, the 3x3 matrix is what I started out making early reflections with. It went down to 118. Good. Good. If it was 122 and it went down to 118, which I think is what you just told me, that means it will monitor its own levels and end up 142. Okay, we're getting hardcore here. Let's see what it does. It's bouncing around a lot. Sure is. I mean, here's the thing. The way this is operating, I can fairly plainly see to what extent it's being workable or not workable. Like in order to cause a problem, this has to stop updating. It has to slow down so much that it can't even function. And there were a lot of settings where I was going like, 999 iterations. It would do it, but then it would grind to a halt. You get the beach ball there. And what I've got currently, let's have a quick look at utilities before I go off and enjoy my tacos. Activity Monitor shows us what my processors are doing. And each of these are taking about 143 megs of memory, which seems fair. That seems a reasonable amount. They're all running exactly 36 threads. And if I go and look at the CPU setting, they're all taking literally 100% of the CPU that they're on. And so that seems about correct. They're just hovering at full crank. And that's pretty much what we want there. That's what I would have hoped. Oh, the top one went up? Oh, good. It's doing 111 now. So yeah, they will eventually slow down. They'll run as many iterations as they can. And when they struggle a lot, they will run fewer iterations. But the goal is to have it ramp up until it's like, hi, I'm trying to do 900 iterations. Oh, wait, that's too many? Oh, well. And that does appear to be what we see. Because again, this computer is workable. I am live streaming while also doing this generation. I could probably do another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could do another 7 or 8 of these simultaneously, and it would be fine. Even when it's doing its thing here, and it's ramping up to the point where it's kind of chugging, because after all, the way it's cranking away like this, it's really trying to do many iterations to get to, and look at the flashing it does. It's very interesting watching that go. Each time it's a new potential best. And as you see in here, and we are still able to adjust this, we've generated large numbers of options in a very short period of time. See, there's one. Also, interestingly, our search and most settings are sitting around about the same amounts, so that's interesting. So it seems to be finding its own level. And again, the point there is that this needs to be able to continuously update. You need to be able to see it moving, like we are here, because if it grinds to the point where it can't even function, it simply makes it less. Oh, it did now? Well, fair. Because if this is the CPU hungry one. This one's only able to do 16 iterations before it starts struggling a bit. Whereas this one seems to be able to go up to much higher iterations. I bet it's going to go down though, but it does appear to be grinding away doing that. This one's gone up to 100. Yep. 18 to 16, fair. So I'm curious as to whether the 196 will go down. It looks like what I'm seeing is just sort of maximum settings and they gradually creep down again. And then when you hit a new version, that's when you see the new iteration thing. Hey, Grins, made it back. Oh, Jonathan. Jonathan arrived back. And this one looks like it only wants to go up, so that's interesting. That might require attention on my part. Meanwhile, we can quit out of here. And we can quit out of here, because this one looks to be basically fine. But I am pretty curious as to what's going on with this boy. See, we're doing over, although granted, it's running for such a long time. It's maximizing, it's trying to maximize itself. Also, we can turn off, see, 214, 213, it does bounce around a bit. It's for being able to make the ultimate of reverb plugins. And one of the things I must do, if I mean to do that, is whenever it does that flashy stuff, it needs to set its difficulty level to way higher. We have produced, like, let's copy. We'll turn continue to off. It's still responsive. And then it's going to go until it hits the next final that it adds, and then it will stop. But while it's busy doing that, this is how many possible results to be tried out by me, personally, by hand. And see, it's still going, but it will update at some point. So if I was to follow it the way it's going currently, what I would need to do is build each of these into a plugin one at a time, after perhaps making them in order of how big they are, and try out listening all of them. This is too many. This has done this in like 2 minutes. So that needs to be changed. It needs to be a lot fussier about what it will accept, but we're on the right basic track. And with that, it has concluded with its final suggestion, a 171 reverb impulse. So the idea is, if I can get it to be more fussy about what it will accept, if I can get it to sit there just grinding away all night long, ideally making the iterations drop a little bit smaller, I think. I'm going to tweak that a little bit as I go. It is like a auto-adjusting reverb inventor. It auto-adjusts in a bunch of different ways. It adjusts for how many seats it's attempting to do. See, this is the number of seats that it thinks that it's doing, and this is the number of seats that it actually came out with in size of room. So it targets the size of room intelligently. And it's also targeting the number of iterations that it runs. The previous versions that I had were only able to run one iteration with each of these blinks. So I've now made the Reverb developer run between 200 and 500 times faster than it did before. Which means my best previous Reverb was done through letting it run overnight, day after day after day. And now I can do as much progress in terms of coming up with good new algorithms. I can do as much in probably a year as I would have with one night previously. So Sneaky Wizard is in the house. And this should help a great deal with my reverb designs. I do need to make it offer fewer options because, again, it's being way too lenient. and like trying to do new stuff. It's constantly like, this is good, this is good, this is good, but I need to make it much more fussy about that. But I can. I know how to do that. And on that note, I'll talk to you later. This has been a good day in terms of reinventing this reverb stuff and making it work properly. A speed up factor of over 200 is about what I would love to see. And I think that's going to lead to really, really good results going forwards. For, if I was to do another cathedral, for instance, do the hall setting, and then just go, okay, give me the ultimate cathedral. I'm going to be really fussy about it, grind away, go, and then leave it running overnight. It'll be the equivalent of having left it running for years on the previous version of the program. And I can't wait to hear what it comes up with. Because what it's going to come up with is ever more demandingly awesome algorithms. It's trying so many different... It's trying so many more options than it ever had available before. And technically, I could even loosen up the random assumptions if I wanted, so that it would try weirder options in the hopes of maybe that's what it needs to do. Maybe what we need to do here is loosen up the randomness aggressively, so it's just trying extremely weird things without trying to lock it down into what it currently does, and then trust in the ability to evaluate it and see whether it runs across anything that's just unexpected, that's just weird and unexpected. And I will see what we get out of that, because this is going in good directions. On that note, I'm going to enjoy the hell out of my tacos, and I promised I would give you folks Dubplate 2 this coming weekend, so I will do that. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.